obsessions, always jumping through. I'm so tangled, I'm so worthy, I'm just lost in my reflection. Pay attention, you never will. I will overanalyze and fall victim, but then I'm lowest. Time to get to know myself. I'm still tangled, I'm not worried, 'cause I am caught up in this perfection. Pay
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Dude, let's go. Wednesday night. Oh, shit. Dude, how we doing? Dude, I'm tired. Shocker, huh? It's over.
Do you need
Anything like I need you. Let's go. Yeah, dude, I need to wake up.
I've got no place to be alone, my friend. He cut his wrist instead.
There's your answer.
You better save yourself, or else nothing like success.
I would rather be in hell than regret.
Do you need anything like
I need you. It's over. Oh.
Do you need anything like I need you? No, I do. But denial, these are not
My words are mine most of the time.
wet my face.
With reality, then permit me to breathe before I do it again. Do you need anything like I need you? It's over. Oh. Do you need anything like I need you?
Do you need
Anything like I need you. Sober. Do you need anything like I need you? Let's go! Come on, baby! Dude, Bondi is a weirdo. Alright, time to wake up. Let's get this show on the road, shall we? Do you need anything like I need you? It's over. Oh, do you need anything like I need you? Do you need anything like I need you? It's over. Oh, do you need anything like I need you? All right, let's go. Yeah, dude, that Bondi shit was wild. Jesus. Dude, there's a lot of chaos going on right now. All right. Let's go. There we go. We're getting rolling. Dude. Oh, shit. Let me look back. I think I saw somebody ask something about the guitar. The guitar that I was playing. I don't remember exactly. I mean, that recording is like, it's 28 years old, almost 30 years old. So I think at that time, my primary two guitars, I'm pretty certain, were a Fender Jaguar and a Squier Jagmaster was the other one, which is like a weird Jaguar hybrid. Pretty sure those are the guitars that I was playing at that time. I'm not sure what amp, right? But I played a Fender Jaguar as my main guitar for a long time. I liked the really small, skinny neck. Oh, I've had like various phases. I started on a Strat, then I had an Epiphone Les Paul for a while, and then I went to the Jaguar, and then I did briefly go through an Epiphone Gretsch phase. And then I ended, like, most of Failure Looks So Good was a Gibson SG, right? So, but the Jaguar was my main guitar for a long time, long time, probably for like a good 6 years or something. And I would get rid of the tremolo. I would always like lock down. I would have the tremolo thing locked down permanently. So I would get rid of that. No tremolo. I know that was sacrilegious, but I would get rid of that. I would always unload those. I had a guitar guy that would just make it so it would no longer work at all. Right. And then the other thing I would do on Jaguars is I would put a Gibson Tune-o-matic bridge on them. Right. And that's what I did to all the Jaguars. I was very specific to use a Gibson Tune-o-matic bridge and get rid of the tremolo. Make sure that shit was locked. Let's go. Yeah, that was my main like guitar and modification. Oh shit. Dude. All right. Dude, I'm waking up. Sorry. I had a long day. First off, let me just say, I went through a fucking battle with like the YouTube, whatever censors, trying to get that video uploaded today, the one about Zorro Ranch. Like, it's pretty crazy. Like when you're trying to make videos about this Epstein stuff and some of that abuse, the particularly in a short video, YouTube is really really very particular about what is shown on screen. Like a lot of those emails, those emails are crazy. The emails from the Epstein, the most recent Epstein dump with some of those crazier accusations on it, that shit gets those like sensors going, those monetization sensors going like mad. Dude, I literally spent 4 hours today, like uploading and re-uploading, and the shit kept getting triggered. Ultimately, I went back and like re-edited the video. It was pretty wild, right? It was pretty crazy. I had a pretty crazy adventure today, but we got it. It's up there. Everything is fucking good to go. I only had to sacrifice a little bit of sanity. Now, Pam Bondi. Holy shit. What a train wreck this woman is. Isn't that crazy? what a train wreck. That Pam Bondi hearing, I shit you not, guys. That Pam Bondi hearing was the craziest fucking, like, that was some of the craziest couple of hours I have ever seen in the history of government. You know what I'm saying? That is just like unreal. Careful with those files. Nah, I'll be all right, dude. Dude, I've seen a lot in my lifetime. There's nothing in the Epstein files that is going to be like much more shocking than that which I've already experienced. But like, dude, it was just an absolute train wreck. Now, here's what's really interesting about it, okay? Is like, I know there are like MAGA influencers that really liked it and they were hailing it and they were like, oh, look at Pam Bondi. She like shut down Thomas Massie. Look at Pam Bondi. She's not taking any shit. And I know she was like performing for Donald Trump, but I'm going to be honest, guys. I am going to be honest. I think that may have been the most damaging like couple of hours of government behavior that I've seen, that it's almost at this point like they're trying to lose the midterms. Like it's like they're just trying to crash the fucking ship. Like so bad. Like I was going online and being like, going into the MAGA influencer space and being like, are you guys like trying to be -99 with independence or what? Like, are you trying to throw this election? Like, what are you guys actually doing? Because if you guys are trying to make it so nobody but your hardcore audience will even come fucking within 100 miles of you, like, you're doing a good job. It is just an absolute unmitigated disaster. I mean, think about it. We're going to look at some Bondi clips, but just in a nutshell, like between her and Caroline Leavitt had that quote today where it's like, we're moving on or something. It's like, really? You don't get it, do you? You don't get it, Caroline, right? You had too much Botox up in that head. Like, we're not moving on. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're absolutely, unequivocally, most definitely not moving on. And we're going to be parking here. This is like the Epstein files, and the Epstein case is like a ginormous parking lot for the entire country. And then Pam Bondi, excuse me, the shit she did with the survivors was like, wow. I mean, it was bad enough that she wasn't answering questions, that she was overreacting. She was like they'd ask her something simple and she would just explode with chaos. You know what I'm saying? And you know, the yelling over people, the yelling over Thomas Massie, or the like trying to chew up their time by being obnoxious and ranting and raving. But it was the survivors thing where like those survivors stood up and she couldn't even look at them. She wouldn't even like turn around. Oh yeah, the stock market shit. But she wouldn't even turn around. She just was like, And I'm telling you right now, that shit is going to like absolutely explode in their face. You know, it is absolutely going to explode in their face. Just brutal, guys. I'm telling you, just unfucking real how brutal that shit is. Like, so bizarre, dude. Dude, like, what is she doing? You know, and even the MAGA influencers, I know they're getting paid to do this, So they're like, oh, Pam Bondi, she's so cool. Oh, look at Pam Bondi. Oh, the libs are speechless. Oh, the libs. Well, like, man, I just can't help but think this is going to be absolutely devastating for them. Like, absolutely devastating. Also, Twitter fucking switched to this shit. You see that today, dude? No more like dim mode on Twitter. Elon just took the dim mode away and forced us into this fucking full on like ultra dark shit. Dude, crazy. What a day, boss. All right. So let's look at some of this shit, shall we? Dude, this is crazy, bro. Hold on. I may have to get rid of fucking ad block plus, dude. Because this shit is like, now they're gonna fucking pop up little ads the whole time. That's gonna be their new thing. Hold on a sec here. Oh, there we go. There we go. I fixed it. All right. Dude. So I stopped paying for the ad blocker because the paid model was like not really providing me much that the other one was. All right. All right. There we go. I'm like, what are they going to do? They're going to fucking send me these promo messages all the time. You can change it. No, you actually can't, Ella. They removed dim. Okay, you have white or full dark mode now, right? They removed dim. It's actually as an option. It's just been removed. And at first I was like, what the fuck is going on? And now you have two options. You have options for white or this like ultra dark. Right? The dim mode has been removed, right? It's an unnecessary change. All right. So what I'm trying to figure out now about Bondi is to figure out how we watch, like how we're going to watch this, because, okay, we certainly can watch clips, but for some of these guys, I feel like maybe watching the whole section, like an entire rep's time, might be good from the main video too, right? Do the whole 1.5 speed. No, see, guys, I can't watch shit on 1.5 speed because sometimes people will 1.5 speed my videos, right? And so you can't do that when you're a streamer. Watch at 1.5 speed, or like if you make a video from your stream, it's going to be unwatchable for your own people, right? So you can't really do that when you're streaming, when you're making videos. All right. It's like you gotta keep it 1-to-1 because people are gonna speed up your shit. You know what I mean? It's one of the curses. But yeah, no, I saw that thing about her notes about what they searched. Now, obviously them like keeping track of what people are searching is pretty crazy. Is pretty fucking Like, dude, this shit, this photo right here, guys, this is the picture. Look at that. Dude, this picture, I think this picture right here is going to reverberate. You know what I'm saying? Is going to absolutely reverberate for a long time. You know what I mean? I mean, look at this. It's like you see these people that are just trying to get like some semblance of justice. And you see that like with Pam Bondi, like she couldn't care less. You know what I'm saying? I mean, she couldn't care less. That's one of the things that became incredibly obvious here, okay, is that these, after this hearing today, everybody, whether they're acknowledging it or not, everybody now knows that Pam Bondi and her Department of Justice is not an independent branch, of government. Okay, her entire DOJ is just a tool of Donald Trump. That Pam Bondi herself makes no decisions for the DOJ. That she is essentially a glorified figurehead, right? That is only there to be embittered and you know, like a troublemaker, that she simply does what she's told, that her entire DOJ only exists to protect Donald Trump, that there is something in those files that has them shook, like shook. Like in particular, I don't know if you saw this clip, but there was one clip where I was like, dude, you can hear her voice. Like, oh my God, dude, like she's rattled. Okay. Like, where is it? Which one is it? All right. We're going to definitely look at the stock market clip, but where is it? It's this one. You ready? This one is crazy. Dude, watch this one. Just watch her voice, okay? When she's like trying to like process the words. Yeah, no, this one is insane because you see her like trying to formulate what she's going to say, but she is, I don't know, she is just rattled. Okay, she is just absolutely like rattled.
Former Prince Andrew, Donald Trump attended various parties with Jeffrey Epstein. I want to know, were there any underage girls at that party or at any party that Trump attended with Jeffrey Epstein?
This is so ridiculous, and that they are trying to deflect from all the great things Donald Trump has done. There is no evidence that Donald Trump has committed a crime. Everyone knows that. This has been the most transparent presidency. He's the one that asked that those files
I'm reclaiming my time. I got your answer. You said there's no evidence.
Trump asked
Chairman, please stop the clock.
Sign
the clock.
the legislation. This is
Time belongs to the gentleman from California.
Okay. I'm going to put up another document from a witness who called the FBI's National Threat Operations Center because I believe you just lied under oath. There is ample evidence in the Epstein file.
Don't you ever accuse me of a crime.
I believe you just lied under oath, and this is all on videotape. You said there's no evidence of a crime. I'm showing you. Here is a witness statement who called into the FBI's Threat Operations Center. He drove Donald Trump around in a limo. He overheard what Donald Trump said to Jeffrey on his cell phone. He was so angry, he was going to stop a limo and hurt Donald Trump. And he met a girl who said she was raped by Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein. She later had her head blown off, and officers at the scene said that could not have been suicide. No one at the Department of Justice interviewed this witness. You need to interview this witness immediately. Epstein should rot in hell, so should the men who patronized his operation. And as we sit here today, there are over 1,000 sex trafficking victims, and you have not held a single man accountable. Shame on you. If you had any decency, you would resign right after this hearing concludes.
The gentleman has expired.
Dude, so let's think about that for a minute. Okay, dude, he brought up Dan Faree, the old limo driver. Remember the guy? Donald Trump. This video's for you, Donald Trump. Don't you think I haven't forgotten that drive in Dallas that day when I had my gold plated? I should have done you in, Donald Trump. Dude, I actually do him pretty good, don't I? My daughter. Dude, but all right. So let's unpack this for a minute because there are a couple things here. Just the way she got, okay? The way she got when she like started her little deflection and was like, Trump is like the best president. So transparent. She got all like choked up and don't you accuse me of doing a crime, yada, yada, yada. Okay? Her voice was like quivering and she had that like fake sort of astonishment. She gets that like this sort of fake astonishment that it was so, I don't know, man. She just seemed like shook. Okay, she did. And this is not the only time that she appeared shook. She really during much of this hearing, she seemed like shook and like struggling for the words and even, you know, getting caught up thinking about which distraction she would use because, you know, she had a couple sort of routine sort of methodologies that she would use. Like number one, she would just default to like, Trump is great. I'm going to be here and just say really good things about Trump. He's been the best president we've ever had. He is like so transparent. The stock market is booming. What are you talking about, right? So one tack is her just, you know, being a Trump advertiser. The other attack is her attacking the speaker, attacking their speaker. You're a terrible lawyer. You have no credibility. You did such and such or whatever, a direct attack on the person questioning her. Or, right, those were two primary ones. She had a third. What was her third one? Her it was either Donald Trump is amazing or you are like a terrible person, you are fucked up, this, that, or the other. I'm trying to think of one more. She had another one that was like, maybe it'll come to me in a minute. She had another pretty common, like I feel like there were three modes that she was in, right? And I'm trying to remember what the third one was, right? She definitely used the TDS thing, right? The TDS was pretty popular, but there was something else, dude. I don't know. I forgot. I spaced out, but the other one, like the other technique she used was to like run out the clock. Like she would just keep talking over them. You know what I'm saying? She would continually just keep talking over them, right? Like I'm just going to nonstop talk so you don't have a word in edgewise because I know you have a timer and I'm just going to sit here and rant and rave until that timer runs out, okay? And you know what I mean? That one was like super prevalent too. So she had these sort of, I don't know, canned attack modes. But like mostly she was like defensive. She was like way heightened emotion, and she just seemed shook. Now, the other thing I want to say about this Ted Lieu one, okay, because he brings up the limo driver. All right, Dan Faree, we watched one of his videos, and the thing about Dan Faree and the limo driver is I don't know what his credibility is like. To me, from watching him and watching his videos, I did not find the guy very credible, okay? By the way he spoke and the way some of the details of his story kept sort of changing or adding new shit from video to video. However, guys, what Ted Lieu said here is very important, okay? Because it's not so much that Ted used the limo driver as a realistic witness. It was that Ted said they never interviewed him. And that's a real problem, guys. Okay? The fact that they posted all this shit, because we know there's a lot of these people, okay? And so they release these files of somebody like Dan Faree with this outrageous story. But I'm presuming Ted Lieu went in with the unredacted shit that they have and saw that there was nothing in there that showed this guy had been interviewed. And if he had, then there was, right? If he had, then there's something, you know, whatever, like a document they're not releasing, so they're holding on to it. But the fact of the matter is that there was not, it is looking like the FBI just didn't follow up on a lot of these leads, you know, and that's a real problem. I mean, we already know the FBI didn't search Zorro Ranch. Now we're finding out that the FBI didn't investigate some of this shit. I mean, this is a problem that goes all the way back to the original case. Even if you go all the way back to Barry Krischer's case in Palm Beach, the Palm Beach police had found out that they weren't talking to any of the witnesses. And guys, this is just a normal, the way a criminal case goes is the police will go, they'll investigate, they'll talk to the witnesses, they'll build a body of evidence on their, you know, paperwork and all their interview receipts and shit. Then that shit gets passed over to the prosecuting attorney. Then the prosecuting attorney has people that go and they re-interview people. And you look at all those leads and you start like re-investigating the case, backing up the police work, making sure there's not something in there that you don't know. There's not some like dangerous piece of information that was out there that the cops didn't include in their report. So there's always like an investigation of the investigation that takes place, and it'll go on. If the feds get involved, they go back and re-interview. And then eventually you have like, you know, multiple agencies that have gone through and talked to all these witnesses. But like nobody ever did that with this whole case. You know, the entire FBI has had some of this shit for like 10 years, and they literally never went and talked to any of these people. They never followed up on a lot of this stuff. And that is so beyond crazy, right? That is so wildly like out of pocket, beyond crazy, unheard of. It is just the biggest, like, you know, like judicial negligence. You know what I'm saying? It is like the biggest legal negligence I think I've ever seen in my life, man. Unfucking believable. And everybody working at the DOJ, the only job they did, I think, basically was to like hide Trump's name. Right? That's it. It is like a continuing cover-up. Right? Just an absolute continuing cover-up. Yeah, the why didn't anyone do anything before is like super popular, just a ton of deflection. Like a ton of deflection. Dude. And then she did shit like this. Like you remember this shit? Look at this clip. I thought this clip was sort of Pam Bondi in a nutshell, but watch this.
Correct. AI is causing great problems online we're working on that though. AI is an incredible tool, but it also can be fraught with peril with victims of crime.
You see that, dude? You see what she did there? Dude, where she's like, AI is incredibly damaging. And then she's like, wait a second. Oh my God, the people behind AI is a wonderful tool. Right? Dude, she is just all over the map because she can't be seen saying something bad about like AI. But guys, let me just tell you, when you see something like this, no, she's being watched. She knows she is being watched. And let me tell you how I know, guys, because like I'm a streamer, okay? When you're a streamer, you're on a platform, you know, like say you've been banned or whatever. I've had some situations here with getting censored on YouTube. So sometimes I will say something that I'm like, after I say it, I realize, that's one of those things that maybe the censors could have a field day. So I will immediately follow it up with some qualifying statements that are designed to like make sure that if any AI censor were picking up on the thing I just said, they're now hearing the qualifying statements afterwards. When you're being watched, you do that shit. And what she did right there was absolutely that, where she got into a rant. She was talking about the harms of AI, which we all know is extraordinarily dangerous. But then as soon as she said that shit about AI being bad, she realized, whoa, wait a second. I have to make sure I qualify and clarify that AI is good. AI is great. I don't know who's, I don't know who exactly is like listening to her and who's monitoring this shit, but it was very clear in many instances in this interview, in this hearing, where you could tell that she was like executing a belief, like an agenda and a a verbal statement, like a sum total of verbal statements that like very specifically held certain ideals. And it was really weird to watch, guys. Okay? It was really strange. You know why? You know why, guys? Because she's the head. Okay? That type of behavior is behavior you would expect for like an underling that's worried about like losing their job or worried about being on the outs. But like, this is literally the Attorney General of the United States. And she is up there in a public hearing, very clearly showing us that she has handlers that she is responsible to. And she must be very careful about the shit she says in making sure that her handlers or whatever are like being delivered the correct, like, you know, whatever bullet points. And I mean, guys, that's shocking. That is like shocking that the highest legal and law enforcement official in America is like not in charge. She's not running her department. Okay? She is not running that department. She is not calling the shots. And in fact, she is simply a person filling a job, being monitored and watched, and having to make sure all of her statements are like clarifying the needs of whomever is like, you know, in charge of her. And that's fucking wild, bro. I don't think I've ever seen anything like that. Isn't that weird? That is fucking like, I mean, she's like a Trump ass kisser, but like, this is beyond just ass kissing. This is like, like, all right, wait. Let me just be clear what my official stance is here, because I know I'm being listened to. This is like a hostage video, man. We basically watched a glorified hostage video. Dude, crazy. So the thing that I wonder, though, is like, who's actually pulling the strings? You know what I mean? It's like really fucking bizarre, boss. But yeah, man, this photo, dude, that shit is gonna haunt. All right, do we have a link to the full hearing? Can we dance around and find some of this? I feel like we should watch the whole Thomas Massie bit. I want to watch, and then we can watch some responses. Is there a link to the whole hearing? This shit was pretty mind-blowing. But this image, remember this image, guys, when we get to midterms, okay? Remember this image. This one is gonna be brutal. I'm telling you right now, this image, I think, is gonna be in some campaign commercials, guys. Okay? Without a doubt. Because guys, you gotta remember, well, I'm sure maybe you already do, this was their issue. Okay? This is not, that's what is so mind-blowing about this. This is not some Democratic issue that has been a Dem issue forever, that like there's a hearing and it's the Dems being the Dems hammering away at this issue that nobody on the right thinks is important. This is an issue that was their signature issue. For years, the right-wingers and MAGA have been talking about this. Their fan base has been talking about this. Their voters voted because they said they were going to release it all, and they were going to be the ones to just effusively give you everything. Pam Bondi herself went on Fox News every day for like the first couple of months. I have the list. It's on my desk. We're releasing it all. We're going to put it all out there. We've got this. Oh my God, I'm looking through it now. And then they did an absolute 180 to it's a hoax. There's no one to prosecute. It wasn't a ring. Aren't you done talking about this? Just absolute off the rails insanity. And it happened after they looked where Trump's name was. And now they're hiding shit and they're lying. And now the survivors are standing up here and she's just like, fuck them. And so they have basically made a mockery of their own reaction and promise to their own signature issue. And like, that is devastating. That is absolutely devastating. Dude, I know, Alex Jones is calling for shit. That Owen, right? He's calling for Lutnick to step down. Owen Schroyer, we watched that guy before. He's like really down on Trump. He was going off on Pam Bondi. There are so many even regular MAGA people that are like, dude, this Pam Bondi thing is a fucking disaster. You know what I mean? I mean, this shit is unfucking real, bro. Like, just an absolute unmitigated disaster. Right? This is the C-SPAN one. All right. There we go. This is part one. Is there a part two? Oh, good. It's got them marked. Let's see what we got. The victims. We'll get to that. Accuses Bondi of cover up. I think, there's Epstein victim stand-up. Let's watch Thomas
DOJ
Massie.
production that are emblematic of the massive failure of the DOJ to comply.
All right, let's watch the Massie bit. All right, I think this is going to be pretty important. All right, let's go, dude. And Jim Jordan too. Like, can we just say with Jim Jordan, like, dude, he did such a terrible job of like trying to manage this. You know what I'm saying? Could Bondi have done worse? I mean, you know, I think about the only thing Bondi could have done like worse would have been if she had gone up there and just said, yes, we're engaged in a cover up. And yes, I'm being paid by Vladimir Putin. Right? I think her saying those exact words would have been slightly worse, but I feel like she almost said that without saying it, you know? That like, I'm not running this department. I am not really the attorney general. Someone else is doing my job, and I'm just here to fucking create a spectacle. Dude, oh my God. Oh. All right, you ready? Let's look at Massie here. Let's see what we got.
May I respond very briefly to her statement?
Well, I think we can do that
Okay.
probably on one of our members' time.
Okay, thank you. I don't want that to get away. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Behind me, I have 3 documents from the DOJ production that are emblematic of the massive failure of the DOJ to comply with the Epstein Files Transparency Act. To my right is an email that was sent by the victim's lawyers to the DOJ. It was a list of names not to redact, a list of names not to release. What did the DOJ do with this email? They released this email in the document production. Literally the worst thing you could do to the survivors, you did. And they're getting phone calls. A lot of these people didn't want to be known. And we know you touched the document because you redacted one name and you redacted the lawyer's name, but you left the survivor's name there. The next document I want to show you, that was in the title, the victim's survivors' names, all right? The title of this one is Child Sex Trafficking, Co-Conspirators, fully redacted. And by the way, I'm going to unredact them here. Les Wexner is in this. Now, your your deputy attorney general said, oh, well, he appears hundreds of times in the files, but he doesn't appear in this file until I forced you to release it, where he's listed as a co-conspirator, not to tax evasion, but to child sex trafficking, not to prostitution.
Dude, think about that, right? Just think about that for one moment. You know what I'm saying? Like, think about that fucking Les Wexner is a co-conspirator. He is listed as a co-conspirator, which means, guys, that like he should have been prosecuted. He should be getting prosecuted, right? That means he's like prosecutable. He's like right? You know what I mean? I mean, literally they had 2 people up there. They had Ghislaine Maxwell and they had Les Wexner as people that are aiding and abetting this thing or participating in it or funding it or, right, being like one of the chief architects of whatever the machinery that makes this shit go. And they redact him for no reason whatsoever. Like, there is no reason. Les Wexner in particular, that guy's name should not be redacted anywhere. Like, nowhere. He's not a victim. Dude, Pam, what do we got here? Pam Bondi has sold her soul to the devil. Trump must give her a presidential pardon. If not, she is going to prison. Yeah, no, she is definitely like, you know, there's a Social Distortion song that goes, you know, oh, I'm prison bound, right? I couldn't help but hear that Social D song. I don't know if you guys ever listened to Social Distortion, but they were a band that I was very fond of in the 90s. But their song Prison Bound, dude. Oh, dude, that is literally Pam Bondi's fucking theme song. You know that song? Oh, I'm prison bound. I did a crime one too many times. Yeah. Dude, great song, boss. That is fucking, oh my God, that is her fucking theme song, dude. This woman, like, my God, dude, just unbelievable. Dude, let's go. Dude, MA just kicked us off, bro. Let's go. Shit, hell. Dude, yeah, no, she's going to jail. But like, dude, the Wexner thing is insane, okay? And you know, this follows like a long host, like this follows a long, you know, I don't even know how I'm gonna word this here, but it is like there was just a ginormous, like long and very crystal clear trail with the redactions, with this release where the DOJ like redacted shit to cause chaos, to hide perpetrators, to imply guilt, to unredact shit in order to punish survivors and to like dox people. I mean, the entire way they released this shit was to weaponize against the survivors and to protect the Billionaire Boys Club. And it is just criminal. I mean, on every fucking level, like completely breaking the law that they're supposedly upholding, dude. Like unbelievable.
Not to money laundering, child sex trafficking. And then finally, what we have here is the third exhibit that I have is emblematic of the FD302 release. These are the documents that we need that you're holding on to and over-redacting because they have the names of the men who are implicated. How do we know? Because the survivors gave testimony to the FBI, and it's in there. And what happens when you go to the portal at the DOJ to look at what's behind this redaction? Another redaction. So we can't even see them. And then there's some of these files you've pulled down from the website.
Dude, that's insane. So the 302s, right? Those, the 302s are like the FBI field reports, okay? Right? And, right? So those are the things like if they go talk to the limo driver, the agent that goes and talks to the limo driver is going to fill out an FD 302, like everybody that they speak to, every lead they follow up on. Okay, they're going to have these notes here of like, yeah, we asked him about this. These are the details he provided, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So those are just like completely redacted. Shouldn't be. They should be unredacted. And now Massie is saying in the unredacted, there's still shit that is redacted. Like, what the fuck is going on, bro? Dude, what is going on? This whole thing is like a cover-up upon cover-ups upon cover-ups. Like, wild. And then look at this shit, too. I mean, even with this, right? You see this thing behind him? Look at what we're looking. You see right there? You see who that is? That picture right there? Dude, that is fucking Adriana Ross. You know what I mean? Look at this. Look. There she is, dude. Look at that. That's fucking her picture, bro. Right? And they have her redacted. She is one of his lieutenants, like a very well-known one. She was in the non-prosecution agreement. She is not a victim. She is one of his workers. She's the one who hid the computers. And they have her like listed. She is a co-conspirator. They have her fucking redacted on there. What the fuck is that, bro? And like, we know who she is. Anybody who's ever looked at this can look at that photo and know who she is. But like, you know, anybody that's not in the know doesn't know who she is, and might be implied that there's some reason that she would be redacted. There's no reason for her to be redacted. Like zero, less than zero, man. You know, and this stuff, it is like this. I showed you the one yesterday, dude, one of the ones that just screamed out. This was with Bill Clinton. It was the one in the jacuzzi. It was this one where Sarah Kellen, she is a co-conspirator. She should not be redacted, but they redacted her to imply that a victim was in the jacuzzi with Bill Clinton. Dude, this whole thing is a fucking snow job, boss. Like we are being snowed, okay? Dude, they're such morons. It took a month and a half violating the law to try and come up with a plan to fuck it up. I mean, they absolutely are jacking this. And right down to what they did with the final files, like removing all the zip links. So now you have to download every file individually. You can't even download the whole data set. You have to do them one by one now, right? Which means if you wanted to download the Epstein files now, it would take you like, you know, 7 months of 40 hours a week to download them all. You know what I mean? It's like insane, bro. It's fucking crazy.
That we will never see because we can't search the redactions. So I have several questions for you. Who's responsible? Are you able to track who in your organization made this massive failure and released the victims' names? Are you able to track who it was that obscured Les Wexner's name as a co-conspirator in an FBI document? Do you have that kind of accountability?
I believe Wexner's name was listed more than 4,000 times.
Yeah, I already told you that. This is where he's listed as a co-conspirator.
Can I finish my answer? Come on, let me finish my answer. We corrected that within 40 minutes. He was already, you're acting like everybody's trying to cover up Wexner's name.
Reclaiming my time.
I'm going to answer this question.
Reclaiming my time.
Mr. Chairman. This is how this works.
Can I have my time back?
Mr.
Chairman.
The gentlelady can give her answer. The time belongs to the gentleman from Kentucky.
All right, I'm reclaiming my time.
Can I give my answer?
So I'm going to put the language of the bill up on the screen.
Chairman, may I give my answer on that? It's a political joke, and I need to give my answer on that.
We'll let the Attorney General respond, and then the gentleman can move to his next question.
It's my time.
See, dude, this is what I'm talking about with Jim Jordan. Dude, Jim Jordan, it's like he's allowed to reclaim his fucking time, dude. Right? And he's not letting Massie reclaim his time. He's instead like letting fucking Pam Bondi run the goddamn show, bro. And he was doing this over and over and over and over again. Okay. And yes, Jim Jordan, like, obviously he has his own situation with covering sexual abuse at Ohio State. He also ignored a subpoena on J6. I mean, he is just a degenerate from top to bottom.
40 minutes. You asked me a question. Within 40 minutes, Wexner's name was added back.
Within 40 minutes of me catching you red-handed.
Red-handed. There was one redaction out of
he's
over
listed as a co-conspirator.
Okay. And we invited you in. This guy has Trump derangement syndrome. He needs to get, you're a failed politician. You need to know
want you to watch the video.
Mr. Chairman, please restore his time and remind the witness of the rules here.
There is no credible information.
Dude, what the fuck was that? Like, Jim Jordan is just letting her run roughshod. She comes in TDS. You're a failed politician. Dude, that to me is funny, okay? When she says, dude, she said to Massie, you're a failed politician. But guys, think about this. Thomas Massie, basically with Ro Khanna, they did a coup of the House. Okay, Mike Johnson lost the House. They literally found people to defect, to sign a discharge petition, to force a vote, which then everybody but Clay Higgins voted for. So it was like, right? Literally, this thing went to Trump's desk 534-1. So Trump had to sign it, and all because of Thomas Massie. Like, I mean, he's a failed politician who basically just tilted the fucking House, made Mike Johnson forever be like a complete clown. Like, nobody will ever respect that man again politically, and forced Donald Trump to have to sign a bill that he couldn't kill because Thomas Massie got Republicans to defect. And she's like, you're a failed politician. Dude, I mean, it is fucking hilarious, right? Like, yeah, sure he is. Like, the reason you're sitting at this table right now getting hammered is because of, like, Thomas Massie. You know, like, he's been wildly successful in the damage he has caused to MAGA. Like, that's the shit that kind of makes me laugh, because everything she says is like some sort of like lip service soundbite, you know, that you know, she's saying it so Donald Trump will be like, good job, Pammy. Oh, thank you, Pammy, for saying failed politician. I swear to you, did you guys get the feeling? Like, did you get the feeling that Donald Trump made her a note of like 20 things he wanted her to say? You know, TDS, failed politician, right? You know what I'm saying? Like whatever, you're friends with Reid Hoffman, like, you know, Epstein gave you money, blah, 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 blah. Like, I felt like she had a list of things that she had to just check off, like a Trumpy list of like, you know, attacks and or like personal fucking, you know, personal like slurs or what have you. Hold on one sec. I need to see something here. All right. I was looking at a file that I thought I sent to Jenny that I did not, that I just sent to her, that like, I may have had a whoopsie daisy moment and may have forgotten to send her a file. Fuck. All right. Dude, yeah. I mean, I just couldn't get beyond that she was like operating, just using some canned insults.
None. If there were, I would bring the case yesterday that he trafficked to other individuals.
Yeah, see, this is a problem too, because now, guys, right, with this is a problem because, you know, now 𝗙ście𝗶𝗃 obviously is committed perjury, because 𝗙ście𝗶𝗃, and I believe Pam Bondi went before too and said, and Todd Blanche has said, there was no one to prosecute. We don't have any co-conspirators. And yet right there in the files is Les Wexner, a co-conspirator that they covered up. And she's like, oh, 40 minutes later. Yeah, after somebody called you out on it. That's not building credence, because the fact that Les Wexner's name was in these files 4,000 times or whatever, and then they're still covering it up in the biggest, most important spot, is like, you know, the whole thing is just an absolute clown show.
And remind the witness of
Himself,
the rules here.
there is no credible information. None. If there were, I would bring the case yesterday that he trafficked to other individuals.
Is that your position as well?
My position is any victim who comes forward, of course, we would love to hear from them. 1-800-CALL-FBI. Did you ask Merrick Garland that the last 4 years? Did you talk about Epstein?
I'm reclaiming my
the
time.
last
I'm
4
glad you're
years?
asking about Merrick Garland.
You don't get to reclaim
because
time
this
when
is
you don't-
bigger than
when you can't-
Watergate.
when I don't answer a question the
this
way you
goes
want.
over 4 administrations. You don't have to go back to Biden. Let's go back to Obama. Let's go back to George Bush. This cover-up spans decades, and you are responsible for this portion of it.
And that's
now,
where the
I want to
most
know at
transparent-
what point did the FBI and the DOJ decide that Lex Wexner was not a co-conspirator? Because our Epstein Files Transparency Act requires you, please put it back on the screen, please, to release the internal decision about whether to prosecute him or not, and it's not in the files, and it's not in the files for any of these other men.
Time of the gentleman has
Which,
expired.
may she answer?
And he's a hypocrite because he voted against the ban that we were talking about on deep fake AI porn. Only 2 people voted against it, and you were one of them, hypocrite.
Dude, again, okay. Like, what does that have to do with this question here? I mean, guys, that's pretty damning right there. Like, they actually wrote into the bill that if you're not prosecuting people, you have to, right? If you're not prosecuting people, you have to qualify, like why you didn't prosecute them, what decisions you made. And of course, she's not answering. And then she goes off and yelling about some deep fake bill, which, I mean, obviously you could probably have a whole hearing about the deep fake bill. Okay. You know what I'm saying? You could. I'm sure the deep fake bill, like there was some privacy issue or something. Who knows why he voted against it? Or maybe there was a rider on there. But like, dude, it's wild. That shit is wild. She answered 0 questions. She did like sit on a bully pulpit a little bit there. And I was like, dude, Jim Jordan is so out of line. Jim Jordan is so out of line. I mean, dude, this shit is crazy because these people here, okay, this other list of co-conspirators, Leslie Groff, Adriana Ross, and I know Sarah Kellen and 𝗙εια are on that list. All of them, like, that absolutely should happen. I mean, here's what should happen, dude. Les Wexner should be on trial, right? He should, absolutely, as a co-conspirator. These women, Leslie Groff, 𝗙εια, Sarah Kellen, and Adriana Ross, they should be on trial as well. Or they have an option of seeking immunity and like turning state's evidence and becoming whistleblowers on the whole operation and outing everything. You have 2 choices. You either come forward and become a witness that is going to bring down the necessary parties and pull back the veil on all of this, or you're going to prison as well. Okay? I mean, dude, I have a very different feeling about the Palm Beach girls, right? If there's a 15-year-old Palm Beach girl who got pulled into this thing and she went and gave a massage and she got SA'd or was about to be SA'd and she goes out and recruits girls, I totally understand that, okay? And even in those instances, they had to talk about how it worked or they would be prosecuted. Okay, but I understand them being self-protective. They're wrapped up in this billionaire. They're worried he's going to hurt them or whatever. But these women here, Groff, Ross, 𝗙ihe, and Kellen, they were working for Epstein. They were his higher ups. They were his important people. They were like decision making. They were covering this shit up. They were absolutely 100% as criminally liable as Epstein is. And for them to not be prosecuted and not be forced to like pony up the information, they absolutely need to go to jail. Like they are not victims. Okay. The women over here, those 4 that were on the non-prosecution agreement, they are not victims. They were not victims. None of them even knew Epstein. Like none of these women were like massage people, you know what I'm saying? Except maybe 𝗙εια, right? Maybe. I'm not even certain on that, but certainly Groff and Kellen and Adriana Ross were never like the massage girls, ever. They were just adult, like female handlers and managers. You know, this shit is infuriating. The thing is what are they still hiding? That's a big thing, Scrimmers. They're hiding a lot, guys. And what's more, we can only assume that what they're hiding is the absolute gnarliest shit, right? The absolute gnarliest shit. And the deepest connections. I mean, you know, you heard Jamie Raskin. He said that Trump's name in the entire set is like over 1 million instances of Donald Trump's name. And in all of the files they've released, there's only like 38,000 Trump mentions, which means 962,000 mentions of Trump are in the shit they're not releasing. Like, what the fuck, bro? That is absolutely batshit. All right, let's look at a couple others here and see what we got. We saw this one, Ted Lieu. I'm going to go to the end of his, and we're going to... I guess maybe we'll just watch his whole bit. All right, screw it. Let's just watch the whole Ted Lieu section. All right.
Why did you shut a third party? Because you drew.
It says 40% of people approve of Trump's handling of immigration and border security, while 60% disapprove.
All right, I want to watch Jasmine Crockett too. Dude, all right. Oh, did she only has a little, did she just do an insert there?
Self in spoken, our citizens.
Chair, I have a UC.
Ms. Crockett from Texas is recognized for UC.
Thank you so much. Donald Trump's approval rating implodes on his strongest issue. This is from Newsweek today. It says 40% of people approve of Trump's handling of immigration and border security, while 60% disapprove.
Without objection,
that is a
admitted.
net drop.
Now I recognize the gentleman
20.
from California, Mr. Lieu.
Thank you, Attorney General Bondi, for being here today. I'm going to show you two photos.
Thank you.
I'm going to show you two photos of former Prince Andrew. Prince Andrew attended various parties with Jeffrey Epstein. Under the law Congress passed, you were allowed to redact photos to protect the victims of Epstein's sex trafficking operation. You redacted the photos of this victim's face because you were following the congressional law. Is that correct?
I'm sorry that we redacted the victim's
Because you were following the congressional law, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You have now established...
Dude, what an idiot she is.
...that we, please put the photos back up, that we are looking at a sex trafficking victim. Under the Federal Victims Trafficking Protection Act, not only is Jeffrey Epstein guilty, but anyone who patronizes Epstein's sex operation is also guilty of a crime. That's why I find it absolutely despicable that you sought to protect Epstein's clients like former Prince Andrew. Last July, you closed the case on Epstein's abusers. The July 2025 memo from your Department of Justice stated, quote, "We did not uncover evidence that could predicate an investigation against uncharged third parties." These two photos, please put the photos back up. These two photos staring you in the face are evidence of a crime and more than enough evidence to predicate an investigation against former Prince Andrew. So I ask you, Attorney General Pam Bondi, why did you shut down this investigation last July, and why have you not prosecuted former Prince Andrew?
I don't believe you asked Merrick Garland these questions when he was Attorney General and set before.
I agree with you.
You twice.
I'm reclaiming my time. I agree with you. I agree with you. During the Biden administration, I called for people looking at Epstein files. Merrick Garland dropped the ball, as did Attorney General Bill Barr, as did Alex Acosta, a whole string of failures. But you are in charge. You have the power to change things, to hold these men accountable, and you're doing the opposite. You're protecting them. So I want to move on to another man.
Can I answer
Donald
that,
Trump.
though?
I want to move on to another
Can I answer
question.
your question?
Dude, what is that answer? Like, why didn't, right? That's her answer, is a guy from 4 years ago. The reason why I'm now, like, I'm not doing it now because you didn't ask Merrick Garland. Dude, Duchess says Rep. 𝗙ście𝗶𝗵𝗹𝗀 won't disappoint. He's worth a watch. He was brutal. Let's go. Let's go. Where is he? Where's Chewy? Dude, but Biden.
Question about protecting
You answered the
Andrew?
question.
You're saying no. I love this.
I want to discuss another man, Donald Trump, who is all over the Epstein files, like former Prince. Here's the video. Like former Prince Andrew, Donald Trump attended various parties with Jeffrey Epstein. I want to know, were there any underage girls at that party or at any party that Trump attended with Jeffrey Epstein?
Oh, here comes the meltdown.
This is so ridiculous, and that they are trying to deflect from all the great things Donald Trump has done. There is no evidence that Donald Trump has committed a crime. Everyone knows that. This has been the most transparent presidency. He's the one that asked that those files
I'm reclaiming my time.
be
I got your
released.
answer. You said there's no evidence.
Trump asked
Chairman,
that
please
those
stop.
files-
Dude, doesn't she look like she's about to, like, she looks like she's about to burst into tears and laughter at the same time. Like she is so, it is so uncomfortable watching her because she is so, like, mentally deranged, where I can't tell if she's, like, gonna burst into laughter, if she's gonna burst into tears, if she is going to, like, peel her face off and, like, Nicolas Cage is, like, underneath there. Like, it is so, I mean, it's hard to watch. It is so stilted and fucking fake, bro. Jesus.
Stop the clock.
The legislation. This is
Time.
this is
like to take
ridiculous.
my time.
Time belongs to the gentleman from California.
Okay. I'm going to put up another document from a witness who called the FBI's National Threat Operations Center, because I believe you
Oh,
just
here we go. Dan Freeze coming in.
lied under oath. There is ample evidence in the Epstein file.
Don't you ever accuse me of a crime.
I believe you just lied under oath, and this is all on videotape. You said there's no evidence of crime. I'm showing you. Here is a witness statement who
Liar.
called into the
She's like a
FBI's
liar.
Threat Operations Center. He drove Donald Trump around in a limo. He overheard what Donald Trump said to Jeffrey on his cell phone. He was so angry, he was going to stop a limo and hurt Donald Trump. And he met a girl who said she was raped by Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein. She later had her head blown off, and officers at the scene said that could not have been suicide. No one at the Department of Justice interviewed this witness. You need to interview this witness immediately. Epstein should rot in hell. So should the men who patronized his operation. And as we sit here today, there are over 1,000 sex trafficking victims, and you have not held a single man accountable. Shame on you. If you had any decency, you would resign right after this hearing concludes.
The gentleman has expired.
May I respond?
Yeah, I don't know how you respond. No one can.
I did not ask a question, Ms.
He
Head.
doesn't
You're
want
allowed
to talk
to.
about
I did
the
not ask a
horrific
question.
crime in California. He does not want to.
See, again, right there, he didn't ask a question. What is she responding to? She was not asked a question, but Jordan is just giving her free reign to fucking tug away and bring out some bullshit, non-existent fucking whatever. She's going to attack him for something.
Talk about
I did not ask a
crime
question.
in his
She
state.
can't just
Attorney
ad-lib
General.
stuff. I did not ask a question.
Meeting will be in order. The gentleman has yielded back his time. I think our next witness will be more than happy to let The Attorney General.
Madam Attorney General, would you like to?
Gentleman from Alabama is recognized for 5 minutes.
Oh, dude, yeah, he fucking was like, dude, Jordan, what a fucking scumbag. Like, my God, dude, this is hard to watch. It is hard to watch, right? It is. It is fucking hard to watch, guys. It is like, you know what I'm saying? It is like our government has just degenerated to like a lowest common denominator, like bottom of the barrel. You know what I mean? It is so degenerated to where, like, and this is definitely a MAGA staple, but like, she won't even answer the question. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, you see like Jack Smith in a hearing, the guy answers the fucking questions. Okay. He doesn't sit there and like just have a notebook of like personal insults to hurl. He literally answers the fucking questions. And like MAGA people, they won't ask questions. All they do is insult, throw some slurs around, say some nasty shit, obfuscate, talk over people, like, say some fucking Trump worship shit. But they don't answer. They never answer the fucking questions. It's insane, dude. It is insane, boss. You know what I'm saying? Fucking unfucking believable, bro. Is this how Bondi? I don't think Bondi was a very good prosecutor. Okay, right? I mean, if you look at it, if you look at it, guys, the thing about Pam Bondi is even now, Trump's DOJ is like, they're a dismal failure. Okay. They are a dismal failure. They keep trying to like over prosecute. They try to prosecute people wanting like 30 years for like minimal infractions. They fucking went to trial with the sandwich thrower twice, dude. They tried to like get a trial going with him. He eventually got acquitted. They went after 𝗙ecie𝗶𝗏 and Mark Kelly. That just got dismissed. Oh my God, we'll have to look at that case. It was tried by somebody who owns like a fucking like somebody who owns like some kind of business. Like, it's not even a regular attorney. They don't even have like high quality attorneys working for them. They're losing like case after case after case after case. They're so bad. Dude, they're just so bad. They can't even get indictments for, 90% of the shit they go to a grand jury with. They don't even get an indictment. I know now they're investigating Bad Bunny. Like, please, dude. It's like, what is it, 1956? And Elvis just fucking played on TV? Like, what world are we living in? Dude, this, oh my God, the what do you call it? The Mark Kelly case? Hold on, you got to see this. We're going to just take a minute here because this is too enjoyable, dude. You find it. I think it was 𝗙𝗏𝗪𝗏 that had a tweet about this, about the Mark Kelly case. Where is it? Dude, it's such a disaster. Oh, yeah, here. This is the one. You ready? So the DOJ lawyer who tried and failed to indict, Mark Kelly and 𝗙ecie𝗶𝗏 and them, he runs a dance photography studio, dude. Right? That's what he is. He apparently is a person with a law degree who used to work for Pirro like 20 years ago, and he owns a dance photography studio, And they basically brought him out of retirement to prosecute, you know, Democratic lawmakers for that video they made, right? And everybody on it had no fucking federal background, okay? So they're literally having people who, like, haven't tried a case in decades arguing cases, and they're getting slaughtered. They are getting slaughtered. I mean, I'll be honest. I think at this point, it's most lawyers don't want to work for the Trump DOJ because realistically, it's like the Nixon admin. I mean, they're worried if they work for the Trump DOJ, they're going to get disbarred. I shit you not. Any lawyer that works for these guys has a very real chance of being disbarred after this administration is over and all this shit comes out. Like, nobody wants to take these jobs because they don't want to risk losing their fucking law license because they're on some email chain or some shit. You know what I'm saying? And it's not even like it's an unrealistic fear. I mean, the way that at any day in the next administration or beyond, some of these people, like some of these cases, you know, email chains of why they're not prosecuting or showing that they're like falsely prosecuting people. You don't want to be attached to that. Dance party goal? Yeah, dude, let's go. I forgot about it. Let's do a dance party goal, dude. Let's fucking get it going, baby. I'm going to go to the bathroom, dude. And somebody said there was somebody else to look at from Illinois. Do we have a location for that? Let's go, baby. Let's go. Dude, it is a, like, at this point, working for the Trump administration is a potential liability. I shit you not. They're like, you know, lawyers are resigning en masse. Dude, Ella, let's go, LFG. Dude, they are. And as they should be, you know, I mean, they absolutely should be, because this, you know, people are going to go to jail, dude. People are going to go to jail, dude. There's going to be more Navarros and Bannons coming down the pipe. Dude, James Banks, let's go. All right, let me go to the bathroom, and I'm going to put a little music on. All right, enjoy this lovely tune, and I'll come back and catch up on that, and we'll be right back. You post links in Discord. Discord link is down in the description.
best you can. I haven't got a plan, but I'm gonna survive this. That's just who I am. When you're on blue, you keep everything inside of you. You try to play it cool. Sometimes you gotta break the rules. I don't know why you're confused. All you need is a little bit of attitude. Yeah. This is it. I'm tired of explaining. It's too late because everyone is waiting. That's great. So why are you complaining? You're on blue. If I'm unsure, will anybody notice? It's my fault because I love you on purpose. I'm insecure or just a little nervous. You're on blue. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Hey, hey. Starting to enjoy the view. I'm all about the attitude. Knows you're on blue when every bruise looks good on you. Tell me who knows you're on blue when every bruise looks good on you. You're all I've got. You're all I want. You're all I've got. You're all I want. Back in the day, complications never wore my patience. I was always ready to play. Why face the day in the sunshine in LA? We hit the beach and rode the waves. I lost my balance, I was faded. I was trapped and wrapped up in a scene that was never really me. Plastic lives and starry eyes, and all the freaks were left outside. So I'd look in and wonder why. Where was mine? I couldn't find it. But you're all I've got. You're all I want. Some days it just feels like this will never be enough.
Yo.
Most days it just feels like a struggle to catch up.
Sorry, guys. I had to take a Trump. All right.
And I won't mind the day I find
Had to get a Trump going. Put the full Crockett segment in. All right. Let's check it.
Life is a wonderful.
See what we got. I want to make sure I didn't miss anybody here. Dude, we got Ella, we got James, I got that one, right? Got Duchess, and then, so I guess just Gorg. All right, let's go. Do Gorg, put the full Crockett segment in, react, 7 minutes, let's go. Let's go.
Time to walk
Yo.
away.
Does anyone else feel depressed? I think a lot of people feel depressed. There, boss. Just so you know, depression, regular depression is absolutely, completely normal reaction right now. Pirro is dumber than dirt. She lost to a sandwich. She did indeed, Crygo. And not only is Jeanine Pirro not very smart, but she's like hopped up on box wine, not very smart, right? So watch 𝗙𝗎𝗄𝗽. Where is 𝗙𝗎𝗄𝗽? Like, do we have a? Do we know where this guy is? Which one is he here? Somebody tell me where it is, dude. Lucy Lou's mom, let's go. Show me where he is and we'll watch him. Okay, I want to watch the Epstein victim stand up real quick. Let's watch this and then figure out where it is. Oh, thank you. Figure out where 𝗙𝗎𝗽 is. All right. Yeah, I got the music. Figure out where 𝗙𝗎𝗽 is and we'll fucking watch it. Okay?
Shouldn't ask a question I don't know an answer to, but I'm going to ask the victims behind you right now. First, can you please stand up? And then, can you please raise your hand if you think after everything you've heard today, you feel that our AG, the feds, have your back? Do we have your back? Raise your hand if you're confident that we got your back.
Dude, nobody's raising their hand.
Madam AG, we got to make sure that victims stand up and report the crimes.
Dude, nobody raised their hand, bro. And like did she even turn around and look at him? I don't think she did.
If you think after everything you've heard today, you feel that our AG, the feds, have your back. Do we have your back? Raise your hand if you're confident that we got your back. And that's the issue, Madam AG. We got to make sure that victims stand up and report the crimes. Otherwise, we're going to be taking a step backwards. Today, AI, cyber.
Dude, that's insane. Like, he has them stand up. If you feel like we have your back, raise your hand. No one raises their hand. She never even turned around, man. She didn't even look at them. And I noticed that earlier too, that she didn't look at them at all. Like, and think about this, guys, because literally that's the Attorney General's job. Her job is to protect victims of crimes and to provide justice for victims of crimes. And her entire fucking department, her entire agency is working exclusively to protect criminals. Like, that is her fucking whole, right? That's her whole shtick at this point. It's so brutal, guys. It's so brutal. And she's like unapologetic about it too. It seems like she is completely she doesn't give a shit. I mean, we know, okay, with the Trump administration, with this whole thing, it is very clear that Donald Trump and his administration doesn't give a fuck about anyone in America but their own. That's it. That's all they care about. They care about nobody but their own people. He is a president for MAGA only. Everyone else can fucking piss off. Tired of her face? Bondi's a real problem with me. Dude, we're all tired of her face, boss. Dude, she is fugly. Bro, it's fugly. Fugly, boss. All right. We need 25 and 17, baby. All right. Let's see what we got. I think there's one more victim thing, and then we'll look at part two. There was, wasn't there this one?
Right here. We are joined in this room by some of the thousands of survivors from Jeffrey Epstein's horrific sex trafficking ring. They have shown such incredible courage in speaking out, in demanding accountability to bring the predators and pedophiles to justice. The Epstein Files Transparency Act required your Department of Justice to disclose the perpetrators connected with Epstein's criminal activities and to redact the information of survivors to protect their identities. Let me show you what actually happened. First, in violation of the law, your department has shown a pattern of redacting the names of powerful predators. Here behind me is one example of an email from Epstein to a man whose name was redacted. The email reads, quote, "Where are you? Are you okay? I loved the torture video." Only after members of Congress demanded that we see the unredacted files did the world learn the name of this individual, Sultan Ahmed bin Sulayem, the chairman and CEO of a company that had financial ties to President Trump's business and personal ties to Trump's advisor, Steve Bannon.
Dude, that's so brutal. We've seen that guy too. He's that really skinny, smarmy dude was in a whole bunch of pictures from the first data sets.
Second, the survivors were not similarly protected, also in violation of the law. Here is another email titled Epstein Victim List. We have blurred the names of the survivors for their protection, but your Department of Justice initially released this list of 32 survivors' names with only one name redacted, along with numerous files that disclose not only the names, the emails, and the addresses of survivors, but also nude photographs and even the identities of Jane Does who had been protected for decades until your department released their names.
Dude, isn't that insane? They cover up the guy who's talking about, rotten videos, and they openly release all of the survivors. Openly release them. They release nude photos of them. Like, bro, just jail, prison. Oh, I'm prison bound. I did a crime one too many times. Yeah. Dude, I'm seriously going to put on some Social D later tonight, and I'm going to dance in front of a picture of Pam Bondi's stretched head. Bro, Jesus.
Survivors are now telling us that their families are finding out for the first time that they were trafficked by Epstein. In their words, quote, "This release does not provide closure. It feels like a deliberate attempt to intimidate survivors, punish those who came forward, and reinforce the same culture of secrecy that allowed Epstein's crimes to continue for decades." To the survivors in the room, if you are willing, please stand. And if you are willing, please raise your hands if you have still not been able to meet with this Department of Justice.
Jesus, dude.
Please know for the record that every single survivor has raised their hand.
Dude, they haven't met with any of them. Bro. What are we doing? They're doxing them. They're fucking covering up the perpetrators. They're not prosecuting. They're using redactions to imply guilt. They don't give a shit about the people that were harmed. They're completely rogue and protecting the criminals.
Attorney General Bondi.
She never even
looked. You apologized to the survivors in your opening statement for what they went through at the hands of Jeffrey Epstein. Will you turn to them now and apologize for what your Department of Justice has put them through with the absolutely unacceptable release of the Epstein files and their information?
Congresswoman, you sat before Merrick Garland sat in this chair twice.
Attorney General Bondi.
No, can I finish my answer?
No, I'm going to reclaim.
Dude, if you're talking about Merrick Garland, that's not an answer, you fucking daffy asshole. Jesus. What the fuck, dude? There it is. Merrick Garland, Schmerrick Marlin. Dude, there it is. That's her answer every time. What did you do today, Merrick Garland? Why did you dox the survivors, Merrick Garland? Right? Why are you redacting criminal co-conspirators, Merrick Garland? Dude, I swear to you, that's got to be a Saturday Night Live video, right? Where there's somebody like Pam Bondi just like, Merrick Garland. Every time they ask him something, Merrick Garland. Dude, she's got MGS, bro. Jesus. GDS, Garland Derangement Syndrome. Right? Oh my God. Merrick Garland. Merrick Garland. Merrick Garland. Oh, Merrick Garland.
My time because I asked you a specific question that I would like you to answer, which is, will you turn to the survivors? This is not about anybody that came before you. It is about you taking responsibility for your Department of Justice and the harm that it has done to the survivors who are standing right behind you and are waiting for you to turn to them and apologize for what your Department of Justice has done.
Members get to ask the questions, the witness gets to answer in the way they want to answer. The Attorney General can
That's
respond.
not accurate, Mr. Chairman.
Because she doesn't like the answer.
Time.
So,
Mr. Chairman,
why
I have asked
didn't she ask Merrick Garland this?
I am reclaiming my time, and when I reclaim my time, it is
Mr. Chairman, the gentlelady's reclaimed her
I'm not going to
time.
get in the gutter for her theatrics.
The time belongs to the gentlelady. The gentlelady has 17 seconds.
Thank you. You're not going to answer this question, so let me just
Chairman,
say this.
I'll direct it to
what
you.
a massive
No, I'm
cover-up.
answering a
Mr.
question.
Chairman, will you restore her time? The witness is interrupted.
I'm not going to get in the gutter with this woman.
Stop the
She's
time
doing
and
theatrics.
let me have my time.
The gentlelady from Washington controls the time. The gentlelady has 17 seconds. You can proceed with your final 17 seconds.
What a massive cover-up this has been and continues to be.
What a fucking disaster.
Donald Trump made the release of the Epstein files the center of his political campaign because he thought it would benefit him. Then you got into office, Attorney General, claimed to have a client list, only to then say that there was no list. Your deputy, Todd Blanche, met alone with Ghislaine Maxwell and transferred her to a minimum security prison. And now you continue the cover-up. And I wish that you would turn around to the survivors who are standing right behind you and on a human level,
Chairman,
apologize
The chair now recognizes the chair.
and what you have done.
The time of the gentlelady expired. The gentlelady you have no time to yield back.
Yeah.
Dude, Jim Jordan is what a disaster, bro. Dude, she is not like, dude, she was not letting up. Dude, Jim Jordan has lost control of this thing. Pam Bondi still won't fucking turn around. Like, my God.
Appreciate that. We appreciate the thought. And I would argue the central issue in the last election, the presidential election, was securing the border. The gentleman from Arizona who knows something about securing the border is up for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Attorney General Bondi, for being here today. In 2022, 𝗙ecie𝗶𝗆𝗆, which is a...
Dude, what a bunch of chaos, bro. All right, let's find part 2. I got time for like maybe one more, and then I am going to... Then we're going to move on. All right. Dude, this is crazy. Right? Like, what an absolute shit show. See, the thing about this, though, is I know that Bondi is performing for, like, the MAGA faithful and for Donald Trump. But like I said, dude, this shit does not look good. Oh shit, dude. We got 8 minutes. If we're going to hit the goal, we got 25 and 8, boss. Jesus. All right. Let's go. Let's get it. Let's go. T-minus 8 minutes and counting. Let's go, Ella. Bringing it home, baby. Whoops. We got a little Trumpy in there too. Dude, this just doesn't look good. There's no way that Bondi gets out of this looking good, dude. There's just no way, man. She is a disaster. You know what I'm saying? You can't post a super you've been trying. I don't know why that is. Right? Yeah, that's weird. Dude, let's go. Shin Godzilla, let's go. Let's go, baby. All right. We're looking at the clock. We're coming in hot. 7 minutes. 7 minutes. We got this. We're going to hit it up. All right, there was somebody everybody wanted to watch. Was it the guy, the Dem from Illinois or something? yeah, this is going to be very damning. Dude, Furrow, let's go. Thank you, boss. It's going to be extraordinarily damning. I mean, guys, I'm honest when I say this, that I don't think there's a chance in hell that they can win the elections. Like Pam Bondi took whatever tiny shred of possibility of them winning elections and just burned it to the ground today. Dude, Pika, let's go. Dude, Suki, let's go. Dude, the watch bar, Jake, let's go, baby. Let's go. All right. 19 away. We got this. Dude, I'm curious. Let's look at the Poly Market house odds. I'm curious if they changed today. Dude, Nameless Nick, let's go. Dude, Lucy Lou's mom, let's go. It was 18%. Oh, shit. Dude, look at that. Dude, look at that. There is a change because it was 18 and 82. Okay. And dude, now it's got like 83% chance. The Dems went up a percentage point, dude. Dude, Lucy Lou's mom, we got you, dude. Crawling wind, dance. Let's go. All right, let's go. Dude, Scripter said what this despicable person did during this hearing can only be interpreted as being complicit in these Trumpenstein crimes. Indeed, Scripter, you're not wrong. Dude, there is absolutely, like, what I felt like after this hearing. Dude, Pine Box, Punk Rave, LMAO, let's go, Ella. I felt a couple of things. I felt like, number one, it was very clear that Pam Bondi and her entire DOJ, they don't give a shit about the victims at all. Okay, number two, they are actively working for the criminals. Like, they are working for the perps. And number three is there's something in there about Trump that they are like shook. Okay, they are shook. I don't know what's in there on Trump, but they are absolutely shook because they are behaving in a way where, like, it's like they're going down with the ship. You know what I'm saying? It is like they have something so damning that they are willing to go down with the ship to try to prevent it from coming out. I mean, it is like jarring, like, wow. Like, there's something, you know what it reminds me of, guys? It reminds me of the Prince Andrew BBC interview. Okay. You remember? All right. We have 4 minutes, guys. We're halfway there. 4 minutes. Dude, it reminds me of the BBC interview. Remember Prince Andrew a couple years ago? He did this interview where he's like out to clear his air when he talked about being sweaty. I don't get sweaty and all that. It was like one of those things where there were a whole bunch of people who thought Prince Andrew didn't do anything. And then he did that interview. And when people saw the interview, everyone was like, holy shit, that motherfucker did it, right? It's like after they watched his exoneration interview, everybody was like certain he did it. And that's what this hearing was today, is people may have thought there was nothing on Trump in those files, but after today, you just know, like, wow, there's like something way in there. Dude, Josiane, the regime looks more and more guilty every day. Indeed. Dude, Gorg, let's go, brother. Let's go. It is like now you'll be hard pressed to find somebody who doesn't know. Like, wow, what have they got on Trump in there? All right, guys, we're almost there. 17, 13 away, baby. 3 minutes. Oh shit, dude, I'm gonna limber up. The last 3 minutes is fucking nerve wracking. Oh, dude, here we go. Who cares about Epstein? Yeah. Dude, everybody cares about Epstein. And you keep behaving like this, and we're all going to deeply care about Epstein. Dude, I don't know what it is, man, but it is deep. 2 minutes. Delete the elite. Let's go, Nick. You figured it out. Let's go, baby. Oh, shit. 222, guys. 222, 12 away. Here it is. Dude, down to the wire. 11 away. Ella, let's go. Dude, 10 away, down to the wire, dude. Monster Mash, let's go. Welcome, guys. Welcome. Ella, thank you. Thank you, Monster Mash. Oh! All right, there we go. 2 minutes. 10 away. 10 away. Eat the elite. Delete the elite. Feet the elite. Complete. Delete the elite. Dude, Sumi, dance party, let's go. Dude, blunt front, bringing the leaf, dude. Let's go. Oh! 8 away. We got this. Oh, shit. Down to the wire. Down to the wire. 7 away. Luke from Washington. Let's go, baby. Dude, we love our Washington. Congrats on the Seahawks win. Dude, Tuck Chunk 28. Dude, that is frightening, bro. Dude, thank you, Luke. Dude, Tuck Chunk. The Chunk Tuck. Dude, 2028. Dude, dance, Suki. Let's go. 6 away, 5 away, dude. The watch bar, Jake coming in hot. Let's go, dude. Yeet from the Korg. Let's go. There it is, dude. Oh, now it's down to 3, dude. I lost count. Dude, 3 away, dude. Easy peasy, dude. Bringing it home. 50 seconds. Let's go. Dude, isn't that frightening? Dude, Tucker and Cenk Uygur. Can you imagine? I mean, I think Tucker's going to run for president, but I don't think Cenk Uygur's going to be in there. Dude, there it is. Dude, Gorg says he want to see the famous Harrington Shuffle. Let's go, dude. Stop the stupidity. Let's go, boss. Good to see you, brother. Dude, Ella, LFG, let's go. Dude, Nameless Nick coming in hot. Let's go, baby. Let's go. And Mr. Moj, let's go. Dude, we did 31-30. Dude, let's go, Suki. Let's go. Oh. Dude, Sumi, need the dance party. We do need the dance party, and we got it. Looks like we made it. Oh. Dude, Cenk Uygur. Oh, shit. Dude, yeah, no, this is crazy, boss. This is like, yeah, that's really, though, that is what the Bondi hearing reminded me of, okay? The Bondi hearing reminded me of the Prince Andrew interview, where people may have gone into this hearing thinking the Trump DOJ is not complicit. They're just like overwhelmed by the number of files. And then you watch this hearing and you're like, holy shit, like Bondi and the entire DOJ are guilty. They're not even working for victims of crime anymore in America. They are exclusively protecting the pedophiles. Like all of these MAGA motherfuckers are complicit. Like absolutely. They are absolutely, it is like inescapable to look at. Her answers were so damning. She wasn't answering a lot. The Merrick Garland spin, the incredulity that she was trying to summon while you could tell she was like trying to figure out what exactly she should say. And like a notebook full of like targeted insults. And there was that we all saw this thing about her notes. Okay? There was a photograph taken of Pam Bondi's notes. Here, let's watch this clip.
Another photograph for you to take a look at. These are notes that the Attorney General brought to the hearing today. Okay, it was captured by a photographer who was in the room. And this shows a list of Democratic Congresswoman Pramila Jayapal, you saw her in some of those clips, of her search history. And this, of course, lawmakers are allowed now to go to a DOJ facility, to sit down at a computer and to search unredacted files. We have learned from this photo that the searches that members of Congress are performing are apparently being tracked and then read by the Department of Justice, by the Attorney General. What do you make of that development?
That's crazy.
Well, it's a surveillance of Congress by the Trump administration. It's wholly improper.
Dude, isn't that crazy? I mean, they put these 4 computers in a room and the files are unredacted. You can go, you can search. And what are they doing? They're monitoring who is searching for what, who is looking at what. and they're basically like sort of like, I guess, building some type of database or some type of drawing board to know like which congressperson is interested in which aspect of the files. I mean, who knows what they're doing there, if they're trying to divine like what angle this person is taking, what they need to hide, what they can release to like throw them off the track. I mean, they're essentially like it's like they've turned the releasing of these documents into a, you know, some type of political chess game. Okay. It is so bizarre. And I mean, really like super sus, you know, super sus. Now, dude, some people need to go to jail for this shit, boss. Sorry, busy at work tonight. Y'all rock. Much love to y'all. Dude, thank you, 𝗙ście𝗶𝗶. I hope work's not keeping you fucking too down. I did see your message when I first came in where you were like, dude, I'm not going to be around all night. I'm busier than shit. Dude, this stuff is crazy. Look at this. So look at this. It is like 𝗙𝗍𝗆𝗄 search history. And it's got the actual files and a little summation of what the files are on. And like, isn't that crazy? Isn't that wild? And then there's some type of like image here that is showing like the connections to Epstein. But isn't that wild that it has like all of the files that she looked at to see the unredacted shit? Dude, Mr. Mo, let's go, Mr. Moj, let's go. The gifted membership. Dude, we do love Stop the Stupidity. Dude, Stop the Stupidity is like, it is like our motto. This is wild, guys. Okay? Right? Use of these materials described by some critics as a burn book came into focus. Right? And she had notes about each of these Congress people. And again, though, guys, you know, the thing that's really alarming about this, here, let's look at some of this here. I actually feel like this thread is really interesting, okay? Because here's what's alarming is Pam Bondi goes to this thing, and what you see is that Pam Bondi is not spending her time at the DOJ, right? Like the DOJ, it's their job to like prosecute this case, okay? They said this was like their signature issue. We're going to release the files. We're going to hold everyone accountable. We're going to do this shit, right? That was their promise. Pam Bondi is in charge of the DOJ. So now she has the power. She has the lawyers. She has the files. She can be prosecuting all these people. But she's not spending her time interviewing witnesses. She's not talking to the survivors. She's never even met with the survivors, right? She's not building a case against anyone. She's not like being transparent with the release of the files. What is she doing with her time? She's monitoring Congress. And she's spending her time monitoring what they're looking at. She's doing surveillance on congressional members, and she's you know, doing fake cases against members of Congress or mayors or representatives or comptrollers of New York like Brad Lander or what have you. She's basically doing surveillance and trying to build, you know, Don Lemon, trying to build some sort of like fake case against some target of the regime she works for. And she's not doing anything related to actual law enforcement. Like she is merely trying to generate and look for leverage or you know, some type of blackmail for government officials. That's it, man. It's like unbelievable. Okay? And so every single one of them denied a meeting. She never even looked at him. Okay? Let's see what we got here. She pivoted her attack to Merrick Garland like she did in everything. During the hearing, multiple reporters noted that aides seated behind her frequently consulted large white binders, similar to the one she had. These aides were seen passing notes to Bondi, directing her to specific pages with her own materials. So she had a group of aides behind her that were like frantically looking up, information on how to obfuscate and or respond and or attack, the Congress people. And then they would give her notes. So she had cronies like looking through the binder. And then, of course, we see the notes are monitoring searches. They're essentially surveillance and, like some method of trying to discredit people. I mean, that's wild, dude. Dude, she's not even doing her job. But man, these photos, these photos are so damning. I mean, they're so damning. She never even turned around. This whole hearing, she never took in the survivors. And so think about that, guys. Think about what that says to the American voters when they're like, there's a bunch of women who were victims of like this crazy pedophile grape ring that we all know exists, that's very, very real. And everybody promised they were really going to like do something about this. And now they won't even look at them. They've never spoken to them. They don't they're mocking them in a way, right? She's like essentially mocking their situation and just crying about Merrick Garland. Wouldn't even turn around and take them in. As obtuse as Pam Bondi was, and as big a degenerate as she was, if she had turned around and looked at the survivors and said, I'm really sorry, we have failed you guys. If she had done that, this would have been an easy win for her. That's the easiest win in the book. She could have been a grindy, degenerate weirdo with the Congress people and still shown the victims the tiniest amount of respect. But bro, she shit on the victims too. She basically and some of these victims voted for Trump, dude. They voted for Trump because they thought he was gonna do right by this shit. It just insanity, dude. Dude. Insanity. Dude, they're gonna get so cooked. They're so cooked. Yeah, there it is. There's another photo of it. This is weird too, right? Isn't this weird? Because it's dude, it's just so weird. Oh, yeah, let's look at this clip. Dude, this was wild, dude. I think this may have been the most out-of-pocket clip whatsoever. And then we're going to move on. I know there's shit you want to see in part 2, and maybe we'll watch that tomorrow. But I have so much of this, I got to get a little bit of other shit. Well, this clip was I feel like this one and the Caroline Leavitt clip together dovetail on each other and make us realize that, holy hell. Dude, they're imploding, okay? They are, dude. Dude, MAGA is absolutely, they're imploding, guys. They are literally, we are watching a political movement like a car crash. Just, they're driving into themselves, okay? They are. It's like watching a car crash, Dude, so bad. Dude, this aide, yeah. Dude, I know. What is that outfit, dude? Is that a little sailor girl outfit or something? Is it dressed like Shirley Temple Day? Right? I mean, what is this, dude? Was it dressed like Shirley Temple Day at the fucking DOJ? Did she lose a bet or what, bro? What the fuck, dude? Oh, shit.
The Dow right now is over, the Dow is over $50,000. I don't know why you're laughing. You're a great stock trader, as I hear, Raskin. The Dow is over 50,000 right now. The S&P at almost 7,000. And the NASDAQ smashing records. Americans' 401ks and retirement savings are booming. That's what we should be talking about. We should be talking about making Americans safe. We should be talking about, what does a Dow have to do with anything? That's what they just asked. Are you kidding?
Mr. Jordan, Mr. Jordan.
Dude, yeah, what does the Dow have to do with anything? Like, what the fuck, bro? Literally, the Dow, who gives a shit about the stock market? 93% of the stock market is like owned by 10% of the American population. Most of America has nothing in the stock market. They're not benefiting at all. What's up with Shirley Temple back here? Did you see her blinking? Is she in a hostage video? She was like, dude, her eyes back there were like, she was like screaming, please save me. They have a gun in my back. Dude, what the fuck is going on with this? She goes off and off about the Dow. Nobody cares about the stock market. Are you shitting me? Nobody even cares about the fucking 401k bullshit unless you're fucking, right? Nobody gives a shit about that when your electric bill is $600 a month. Like, what are we talking about? And she literally said, we should be talking about making people feel safe. Oh, that's funny, Pammy. Because it's kind of funny, Pammy, that we are talking about people feeling safe. You fucking idiot. Like, what are we doing? That's what this hearing is about. This hearing, you know those women behind you that you won't turn around and look at? They're not safe. They were never safe. Women like them are not safe because of your fucking political party, dude. Dude, watch her, though. Watch this woman, dude. This is insane, boss. Watch her eyes.
The Dow right now is over.
The Dow
is over $50,000. I don't know why you're laughing. You're a great stock trader, as I hear, Raskin. The Dow is over 50,000 right now. The S&P at almost 7,000. And the NASDAQ smashing records. Americans' 401ks and retirement savings are booming. That's what we should be talking about. We should be talking about making Americans safe. We should be talking about, what does a Dow have to do with anything? That's what they just asked. Are you kidding?
Mr. Jordan,
Dude, yeah, the Dow has nothing to do with this. Did you see her eyes, dude? Dude, Shirley Temple back there was going crazy. Now, dude, we got to dovetail this, though, guys, okay? Because that ties into the Caroline Leavitt clip, all right, from earlier today. That is very important, guys, okay? It is this clip right here, boss, okay? This clip right here is very important in consideration of what she said.
And that remains true. And this call, if it did happen, corroborates exactly what President Trump has said from the beginning. And I'm sure many of you, when you read that alleged FBI report, probably thought to yourself, wow, this really cracks our narrative that we've been trying to push about this president for many years. So we're moving on from that. Reagan.
All right, so that's her thing. Again, this is about that one sentence, okay, in that one FBI report where a police chief says Donald Trump had called and said, good job, Ghislaine Maxwell's evil, but he called in like 2006, and now all of MAGA thinks that this is like the new narrative, like, aha, that's the smoking gun, Trump turned him in, blah-de-blah-de-blah. But, dude, Donald Trump knew Epstein was trafficking girls out of Mar-a-Lago in 2000. He didn't talk to anyone in law enforcement until 2006, and only after Epstein had been arrested, and only after, as we all know, he knew they were going to come talk to him. So he was being proactive of like, I'm going to talk to them. Good job. Right? Please don't call me. Don't come looking here. I'm the good guy. You guys want me? Make a dono. Let me donate. Dude. But yeah, dude, she seems a little frazzled, doesn't she? Dude, she is like frazzled. Look at her. Look at her.
And that remains true. And this call, if it did happen, corroborates exactly what President Trump has said from the beginning.
You know what she said there, the if it did happen. Oh, that's interesting that she qualified that.
And I'm sure many of you, when you read that alleged FBI report, probably thought to yourself, wow, this really cracks our narrative that we've been trying to push about this.
No, we didn't think that at all. We thought, yeah, this fits the narrative exactly.
President for many years. So we're moving on from that. Reagan.
So we're moving on from that. Dude, yeah, no, we are not moving on, okay? As I said right here, we're never moving on from this. We are never moving on from this, okay? We are not. This is the downfall. I mean, it was the beginning of their unraveling, guys. It absolutely was. It was when, Bongino stepped down. It was when him and Cash turned tail, like Pam Bondi. Oh, there's nobody to prosecute after I set a list. Trump started saying it was a hoax. Like, this is literally the first pull on the sweater thread, okay? It's done. It is done. Like, MAGA's dead. This is what started their defection. It started it with, with like MTG and with, many of the sort of MAGA influencers that are starting to question, not the hardcore ones, but the middle of the road. I maybe not MAGA, but like anybody who was a conservative that was supporting MAGA, right, is the thing that is where it went downhill. Okay, because let's not forget that MAGA is only like 30% of the voter base. Okay, and even with the Republicans that voted for Trump, like many of them are not MAGA, okay? Many of them are just conservatives that don't want to vote for a Democrat, probably because of abortion rights or because of gay rights or whatever. So they have some like primary issue. So they voted for Trump because they thought, well, maybe he'll lean conservative. And now those people are realizing like, wow, it really is a criminal organization. Like the Democrats were right. I mean, we've even seen these podcaster idiots saying, wow, those leftists don't seem extreme anymore. Fucking dumb shits. Dude, they are fucking, just absolutely fucking caving in, boss. They're absolutely caving in. And even, I like this too, because even Fox News pulled it, dude. Okay? Fox News left the hearing, guys. That tells you everything, okay? That tells you everything, guys. Fox News does not leave a hearing unless it is like a liability, dude. Dude. Dude, Fox News, boss. Dude, this guy, what is this guy's deal, dude? I see this guy get ratioed. Like almost every comment this guy leaves, he gets ratioed, dude. Have you noticed that? This guy just gets ratioed every single comment. Like he must have a ratioing fetish or something. He must be like, oh, I'm going to go get ratioed today. Oh, is he satire? No. I mean, he is satire in the fact that he is like ultra MAGA, but he's quite serious about the shit he says, dude. Dude, he is fucking, right? He just has everybody on notifications and he just sits there responding all day long, right? I like what I said here. Like, is she suggesting the stock market is going to release the files? Like, I'm confused, right? Is that what Pam Bondi was saying? Was that it's the stock market is going to release the files and prosecute the men? Or what exactly was she, what was her point there? That's funny, dude. All right. All right, there we go. Live shot of Pam Bondi and Fox News. Later, Pammy. Bye, Pammy. I love it. Dude, Les Wexner. Dude, I have so much trouble saying his name. I mean, he should be getting prosecuted. So yeah, this is crazy too, because Wexner's involved in the Ohio State one too. Like, this guy seems to be involved in a lot of, like, SA. Dude, what a dirty bird, dude. What a dirty bastard this guy is. There they are. Yeah, no, I know. Like, dude, he is so, like, prevalent in Ohio. Like, he is all over Ohio. Just look at him, though. He looks so grimy. Dude, he looks grimy. But yeah, his name is on, like, every building at Ohio State. Or, like, half the buildings, dude. This guy is insane. And when did they take his name off this shit? Right? And this guy was redacted. You know? Just unbelievable. Dude, look at this guy. What is this, bro? This guy's being like, there's a reporter asking an assistant professor. He's being asked about Wexner's ties to Epstein.
Just one more. No.
No.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Whoa!
Oh, God! I told you not to put that in my face. I didn't.
Dude, you can't do
yes,
that.
Yes, you did. No,
Dude.
I'm not going to ask you again. Don't touch me. Don't touch me, motherfucker. Who the fuck put your hands on me, sir? You put your hands on me, sir. Oh, God. Damn, dude. You shoved that camera into my face, sir.
Dude, what the fuck is that, bro? Like, what the fuck is that? Like, what is that, bro? And you look at that and he where's the touch? There's no touch. You know what I'm saying? And in fact, the guy's backing up. Look at him. Look at his leg. He's backing up. And he fucking moves forward and grabs that shit. Destruction of property, and then physically manhandles him. Like, who is this guy? He's been suspended, dude. Who is that fucking guy, bro? I want to know who that guy is, dude. Because this guy is like, that is some suspect shit, bro. This is where Jim Jordan was an assistant wrestling coach. Yeah. Let's find out who this guy was. So it was Luke Perez. Luke Perez. Dude, that's insane. Like, we got to figure out who this guy is. Dude, Luke Perez. An Ohio State University spokesperson called the incident very concerning. Dude, this shit is very concerning. Like, I mean, you know, like, I get it if you're uncomfortable that whatever, a camera's uncomfortably close to you. But, like, dude, this guy is, like, wild, bro. That is some wild shit. And I mean, I do have this little searchable thing here. So we can look and see if Luke Perez is in the files. And no, his name is not coming up. Okay. His name, this is like one of the pinpoint searchable things. That's not the end all be all. I don't know if they have everything in there. But like this reaction here is like super outrageous. Okay? Like the camera's in your face or whatever. And I mean, I get it. The camera's in your face, back up or fucking move away and say, put your arm out and extend your arm and say, look, please get the camera out of my face. But like the way he grabbed the shit and like was like trying to grab the guy, like it wasn't enough to knock the camera, but he physically attacks the person. It says an Ohio State University professor who was recently hired to help advance free speech and civil discourse is now on administrative leave after assaulting a documentarian on campus. So think about that, guys. They hired this guy to advance free speech and civil discourse. Guys, isn't that wild? He was hired to like advance civil discourse and he's fucking like throwing blows, dude. Dude, he like, what the fuck? All right, Luke Perez, an assistant professor affiliated with OSU's legislatively mandated Salmon P. Chase Center for Civics, invited E. Gordon G. to speak to his Profiles in American Leadership class. G., a two-time president of OSU, was hired last August as a consultant for the center, which Republican lawmakers have characterized as a space to promote intellectual diversity and prevent alleged leftist ideology from replacing the lessons of history. So now they have added a center to like combat leftism or whatever. But after G spoke to the class, DJ Burns, author of a left-wing newsletter, The Rooster, and Mike Newman, that was the documentarian, intercepted G as he exited a public restroom. They began asking him questions about his awareness of a campus doctor's SA abuse and his defense of Wexner, okay? And we wanted to get G on the record, okay? A video shows G and Burns engaging in a lengthy yet calm discussion. G, however, declined to answer most of Burns' questions, okay? Then during the discussion, G began to walk away, and soon after, it accelerated from 0 to 60. Okay, so that is Perez kind of walked in, okay? So it looks like Perez and somebody else were watching the interview with that G guy, and then, you know, the documentarian said he hadn't agreed to anything, wanted to ask G a few more questions. And then they stepped in. He already said it was the last question. We're going to have to ask you guys to leave. Just one more, said Newman. And he moved closer. He did not touch him. We just looked at the video. And then Perez like flipped out. Yeah, he definitely didn't touch him. Like he absolutely did not touch him. That is insane though. Guys, that is like, you know what I mean? I mean, the nerve of these people, like the sheer audacity, right? If you look at him, like look at his face, bro. It's like he is, and it was like a snap, you know. The kid definitely moved closer, and then he backed up, but like, dude, he just like snapped, dude. And he's like standing over him, shouting like that. Dude, this guy needs to get fired. This guy is You know what I'm saying? This guy needs to get fired. This guy needs to be it needs to be prosecuted. I'm serious. I think that it feels like an assault charge right there, just for a like, you know, to remind people that you need to keep you need to keep that boundary there. Okay. And now the thing about this is I understand that this guy, like, he may be upset that there's like a camera in his face and all that shit. But here's the deal, guys. Okay. When you work for a university, when you work for a company, if you work in the government, and something about your university, your government, your company becomes controversial, becomes a news headline, right? You may be thrust into the center of some type of newsworthy sort of situation where it's going to be uncomfortable. Okay, there's cameras. People may ask you the same questions 100 times. If you can't handle yourself in a high pressure environment like that, you don't belong in that job. You know what I mean? I mean, it's not like this guy in the orange jacket. It's not like Luke Perez was some like just dude, an assistant professor going about his business. And they come and are like, Luke Perez, we're crawling up your ass. It's like, no, there's a huge scandal going on at Ohio State University, and it's tied to Jim Jordan, and it's tied to Les Wexner, and it's tied to the Epstein files, and there's a lot of people involved in this shit. And so if you're part of a group of people that are bringing speakers in that are related to this, you have to fully expect you're going to get interviewed. You're going to be in the spotlight. And if you can't handle the spotlight, don't take the fucking job, bro. Like, dude. Oh. The Big Ten is riddled with pedos. I mean, can I just say something, guys? As somebody who grew up in small town Wisconsin, I know what I'm about to say is like going to sound inflammatory, but I shit you not. After being a kid in small town Wisconsin and, you know, living there for, you know, half of my early growing up, it literally felt like 60% of the kids in the towns I lived in Wisconsin were molested. Like, I shit you not. Like more kids are molested than not molested in small town Midwest. I believe that child SA by brothers and fathers and stepfathers and you know, coaches and youth group leaders and ministers and occasionally mothers and nurses or whatever. It is the most rampant problem that we have in America, I think, is child SA. And in the Midwest, in the small towns, in those small white Christian towns, it is rampant. Okay. It is rampant. It is like, because it's passed down, right? It's like a generational thing. If you grow up in a church and you get abused, the person who grows up, if they don't get help, they turn into an abuser, right? Especially if they become like a drinker. Right? Like, normally what happens is somebody gets abused. They don't even realize they were abused. They go out, they act out sexually, they end up becoming an alcoholic or a drug addict of some kind. And then eventually they use alcohol to sort of combat the abuse. And then the alcohol lowers their inhibitions and then they reoffend. Okay. They just pass the abuse down. And it is like literally like the number one problem. It is like a religion thing. It's a rape culture thing. It is like an over-sexualized sort of like our country just over-sexualizes people in general, you know, and you know, then you have somebody, I mean, it's why somebody like Donald Trump saying, you know, he grabs him by the pussy. No one cared because everyone is grabbing by the pussy, man. It is like so fucking troublesome, dude. It is like so like gnarly, man. You know what I mean? It is so bad. It is so bad, dude. It really is. It's like rampant. And nobody talks about it. Nobody talks about it. And even guys, you know, even when you look at Epstein, right? This giant predator with this huge ring, many of the girls, most of the girls had been SA'd before they encountered Epstein. That's literally like, it's like the predators are able to sniff out the abused people. You know, it is so fucking crazy, man. It's like brutal. And it's largely untalked about. We act like it's not prevalent, but it is like so prevalent. Like as a kid, man, there were just countless instances of it. And you know, I mean, it happened to me. It happened to other members of my family, right? And it happened to cousins, okay? Like, you know, it had happened to some of my half brothers and sisters from my mom's first husband, who was their father. But then you'd hear about it from the neighbors, right? You'd hear like neighbors telling stories, and cousins or aunts or uncles or like friends of friends. It was just kind of this thing where these rumors and these stories like were around, and you heard so many of them. They were all over the place, and everyone kind of treated it as sort of like gossip, but it was so rampant. And in particular though, right, somebody had said earlier how there are hot spots. There definitely are. I lived in a small town called Elkhorn, right? This was a town that had like 3,000 people in the 70s. And now Elkhorn has like a hotel, like one of those hotels that like has rooms by the week. And it is like an offloading point. Elkhorn is, where sex offenders, when they get out of jail, they go to this hotel in Elkhorn where they start their like rehab journey when they go back out into society. And so that hotel didn't exist when I was a kid, but isn't it weird that the town that I grew up in that was just rampant with SA, and now it like has a hotel that is like the starting point for people, sex offenders getting out of jail? It's like they knew or something. It's like there's like a hot spot there. And so now the Elkhorn area in Walworth County has the highest like concentration of sex offenders in the entire state of Wisconsin. And you're ready for this though, guys? Get this. Brace yourself, because Elkhorn, Wisconsin, this town of now it's like 10,000 people. It used to be 3,000. But you know what else is there, guys? The Walworth County Fair. So this tiny town that has rampant SA, that is a focal point of like sex offenders reintegration back into society, is where the county fair happens. A massive fair that draws like tens of thousands of people. So it is like literally like what better place for predators to find victims than an itinerant place where people are coming to the fair and then leaving. And right, how many young people are in that vicinity every fucking year? It is like criminal when you think about it. I mean, it is some dirty, dirty shit, bro, where they have these like sex offenders in a hotel where the county fair is during the summer with a bunch of unmonitored youth. I mean, it is like a train wreck of epic proportions, you know? And that town though, even 50 years ago, man, when I was a kid, that place was messed up, bro. It was messed up. And a lot of these states too, guys, you can't even get civil like consequences. Like they have statutes of limitations. And in particular, one thing I've noticed, because I've been looking into this a lot, but I've noticed that a lot of states say you can't even take someone to civil court or anything for abuse unless you do it before you turn 35. But the problem is a lot of people don't remember their abuse until their like late 30s, early 40s. Okay. I was literally, how old was I, dude? I was 41 when mine first finally came together after years of therapy. Okay. It's like, it's almost like you start doing the therapy in your 30s, but it's usually not until your 40s when you fucking finally put all the pieces together. And the laws are set up so you can't do anything to anybody because you have to remember it when you're like 31, which just isn't normal. That's not normally when it happens, you know? It's like really weird. And no, MC, it's not about taking you that long to get brave enough. It's about actually having your memory jar it, okay? Because it's not even about the bravery. It's like I didn't even know that I had been abused. I had no knowledge of it. I had no memory of it. And then it began to unravel. Like there was a comment my mom made about a half-brother who had been a schizophrenic and went off his medication that like sort of triggered my body. You know, he made some comment about that the voices told him they were writing he was a child molester on his car. And when my mom told me that, I had this physical reaction. I was in my mid-20s, but I had no idea what it was. But that was the start. Then I got into AA, then I got sober, then I went to years of therapy, then eventually I did EMDR, and over the course of like 15 years, all the pieces came together, and I started realizing, holy shit, I was actually sexually abused, and it took me several years to be able to even remember like the rough time of when it happened. And the circumstances, you never really get it all. But so it's like, it gets, so what happens is when you're traumatized like that, your mind just shuts it down as though it never happened. You dissociate, and it literally just puts it where you don't have access to it, but it's still in your body, okay? It's in your body, and it's in maybe some of your senses. And then over time, as you grow and as your body gets hurt, you have injuries, whatever, things go on, shit gets jarred around in your body, and eventually that shit like starts coming out. And then when it starts coming out in your body, your mind starts remembering it too. And then if you go to therapy, you can kind of follow that trail, but it is like you just don't have access, you know, until you do. And it usually takes like a long time for that process to work out. You're a 3-time survivor. Good for you, man. It's crazy. And yeah, EMDR was amazing. And so I'm just going to give a little plug here for EMDR. I'm going to say this. So here's why EMDR was so good. Okay. Because EMDR did 2 primary things. One thing about EMDR was that it gave me access. EMDR was like a door opener. Okay. It was because EMDR works with the shit you repress. So what EMDR did was EMDR allowed me to have access to both the physical sensations and the physical memories, the fear, the anxiety, the smells that I remembered from the time it happened. So it gave me access to a lot of sensory shit in the body. And that then gave me access in the mind. But that's part one. It's doorways that allow you to do the investigatory work and to dig up that repressed shit. But then the primary thing with EMDR is eventually it allows you to reprocess that shit so it's gone, okay? And that's the big one, okay? Like the way my therapist described it is when you're a kid and you experience trauma, it's like there's a watermelon of pain and trauma that gets smashed against your brain and it shatters, and all the little bits of watermelon get fused into like your executive function, your emotions, how you relate sexually, your self-image. And there's all these little pieces of that trauma like working unconsciously in different parts of your brain. And then after you go to EMDR and you put your like the story together and you figure it out, you go and you take all those pieces of watermelon and you actually pull them off your brain. So then you take that trauma and you put it back on the trauma. And so what happens then is all of your unconscious sort of like habits and reactions and the ways you like avoid and the way that trauma would fuck you up, like it's just gone. Okay. Once you do the reprocessing, you can look back at the event and the traumatic response is just, it's out of your body and mind. It's just gone. And it's like, it's like the event isn't gone. You still were traumatized, but the traumatic response that keeps you triggered and keeps you in reacting mode instead of responding mode, that traumatic response gets actually removed from your nervous system. So you are able to look back and sort of sift through those events without that triggered self-destructive reaction. And let me just tell you, it's a lot of work. I did EMDR for, 4 years with 3 different EMDR like counselors. I switched counselors 3 times. I started with a woman. Then I also saw 2 men. 1 man, though, he sort of doesn't count because he was a little insecure. And so I fired him early on. So it was primarily 2 counselors, but there was that 1 guy in between. But it was life-changing. It was like for the PTSD of like trauma-related stuff, or if you were physically abused, or if you had deep like emotional neglect or any type of psychological abuse from your parents or from, growing up, if you were picked on or you have deep bodily issues, it is like, man, it's unbelievably powerful and the number one tool. And I found it by accident, guys. I had no idea. I literally, before I even knew I had been abused, I took an acting class, and my acting teacher had been, she had been somebody who obviously had a history of abuse and had gone through EMDR. And she noticed my behavior in acting class, how I could get into these Meisner exercises with my other acting students, and I would like set them all off emotionally, but I was like invulnerable. Right? Nobody could set me off. Like I was very stoic and controlled, which is often like a way that people who have, repressed trauma are. They've learned how to sort of manage their emotions to the T. But what ended up happening was she pulled me aside and said, I'm watching your behavior and I think there's something going on with you. Like, I think you're having trouble accessing some of your own emotions. And I notice you're able to wind up everybody else, but like nobody can wind you up. And I think that you might have some repressed trauma. And I did EMDR for a while. I would suggest you check it out. And so I was like, all right, I'll fucking check it out. And man, dude, that acting teacher, she fucking saved my life, dude. She did, bro. She did. She saved my life, man. She did. She was an actress, right? A former actress. She had like a small recurring part on The West Wing. And then she became an acting teacher here. And she fucking saved my life. Okay? She did, dude. Dude, Jana Lee Hamblin saved my fucking life, boss. Like, I shit you not. That, like, EMDR, highly recommend. Okay? Highly, highly recommend. We don't get to feel things as men. I know it's hard. It's especially hard with men. It is. It is because we're taught to like, not have our feelings. Someone helping out another. Dude, it actually happens a lot in the film and television world. It does. Dude, it does. In the artist world, there's a lot of people help other people. There's a lot, don't get me wrong, there's a lot of cutthroat backstabbing, like I'm going to do anything to get ahead too, but it's both. It is, dude. Dude, this is crazy though. What the fuck is this, bro? That guy, I can't believe it. Yeah, no, I know, dude. Well, you know what's funny, KBG, is like women get a different attack, okay? Because I think men and women both don't get to feel, but the way it's processed is differently. okay? Because what happens is men are told, don't feel. If you feel you're weak, you need to suppress that shit and maintain control, right? But then what happens with women is they get told that it's okay for them to feel, but then once they feel, they get told that they're too emotional and that like now you're just like a basket case. So they get it like double fucked because they get told you're allowed to express yourself. And the minute they do, they're like, you're too emotional. You're a problem. You're oh shit, I can't handle being around you. So it's like women get like set up. Okay. They do. They get fucking set up, they like get like, and then they suppress in a different way, dude. Dude, it's like our whole society though. Guys, I'm telling you, our society just literally keeps us addicted and keeps us depressed and keeps us discombobulated because we consume more, okay? Capitalism is a financial system of excess and dependency, okay? That's it. Capitalism, you either get addicted to like hoarding money or you get addicted to like escaping the fact that capitalism is killing you because you don't ever get any money. But there is always an element of addiction and hoarding or avoidance or being on the run. It is like the entire system is about dependency and overload. Okay, dude. Oh boy, that actress does MAGA films now? What actress does MAGA films now? Dude, I rock. Thanks, boss. I try. Stoicism and numbness or facade of as a result of CPTSD over the years is such a common thing. I'm considering EMDR as I just learned of it and benefits no insurance coverage yet. Oh, yes, dude. EMDR would be great, man. You know what I'm saying? Dude, MAGA films. I'm looking at her shit right now. Dude, who are we talking about? Dude, I'm reading her bio though, that she was in a show with The Rock Johnson and fucking Russell Brand. Yikes, bro. Dude, Russell Brand before the rape charge, right? Oh shit. Dude, I'm honestly surprised that like somebody did the biography. I'm surprised she hasn't pulled that. I don't know if she can fucking edit that. Yikes. Dude, Russell. But no, she's in a bunch of like shit. She was on Jane the Virgin. I don't know though. I don't know who you're talking about though. I don't know if you were talking about Jana. Who were you talking about? The actress that does MAGA films now about trans taking someone's trophy, and like who are you, Worthy? Who are you talking about? What actress are you talking about, boss? I thought you were talking about Jana Lee Hamblin, right? Oh, you're talking about her? But what you're saying? What fucking movie is she in? That is a MAGA film. That you're saying is a MAGA film? What's the name of the movie? Right? Cancel Me Not. She played Heather Campbell. But you're saying Cancel Me Not is some... You're saying that that's an anti-trans, that is an anti-trans movie? I mean, I don't know anything about that movie, right? I do know that the writer of it, though, right? Okay? That the... that the guy who wrote that movie, right? So the guy who wrote that movie, that Cancel Me Not movie, Jason Campbell, is somebody that is like a friend of hers. It's somebody from Portland. Like he's a Portland local writer, right? But I don't know anything about that, right? But yeah, I don't really care because, you know, she got me healed, right? You know, what she does now is not up to me. It is not. You know what I'm saying? Like whoever she becomes from this point on, or whoever she is or isn't, right? It doesn't matter because she saved my life regardless. And so that's how I remember her. But there you go. I mean, dude, I guess the thing is even like mystery people can save your life, right? Discount nobody. But I don't know. I don't know what to make of that though. Well, I don't know what to make of that because she was definitely like not even like not anti-LGBTQ ever. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? I don't know how to like process what that even means because she was an acting teacher here for a decade that taught like pretty much everybody in Portland. And so there is not a like an anti-LGBTQ like bone in her body that I ever witnessed. And I was in her class for multiple years. You know, Jenny took her classes as well. So I don't know how to like, I don't even know how, you know what I'm saying? I don't know what to, like, how to respond to that, you know what I mean? I don't know what the story is behind that, but like, she's not an anti-trans activist, you know what I mean? It's weird. It's weird. You know, I also haven't seen those movies though. So like, you know what I mean? Is now MAGA? No, she's not MAGA. That's just it. Like she is not MAGA. So that's why, like, you know, like making that assumption that somebody is MAGA is like, you know, is wildly off base. You know what I'm saying? It is, dude. She is not a MAGA person, boss. Like, so I don't know. You know, I don't know. Yeah. I think it's pretty wild though that like I think it's interesting though that like I fucking went and mentioned her name and like you went and started like looking up her fucking past and right? That's like really interesting. You know what I'm saying? That is like really fucking, that is like really interesting, right? You know? Yeah, I mean, I don't know what to say, boss. I don't know what to tell you. But like, she was definitely not anti-LGBTQ. And maybe she is now. Or maybe, right? Or maybe she is just, you know, as when you're a fucking actor, people will take whatever role. I mean, I know with one of those movies that Jason Campbell was a guy here from Portland, the guy who wrote one of those movies, and he may have written more of them, who was like a longtime friend of hers. You know what I'm saying? And like maybe like she decided to act in his movies because he is a friend, right? I don't know. I couldn't tell you. You'd have to ask her. But, you know. Right? Whether you like her politics or not, you know? Yeah. I mean, I don't know what her politics are. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, that's, I guess maybe that's part of it too. Okay. Like 15 years ago, we didn't, like you'll notice like what just happened, which is part of the world we live in now, where now we live in attack. Whereas like literally 15 years ago, you didn't walk around like checking somebody's politics as like a qualification. You just literally dealt with people and then you connected with them. But now, like what happens is now the minute you find out somebody's public information, like people will go and look at it and they go and, aha, like that's like suspect. That looks like they might be anti-trans. They might be MAGA. They have a MAGA friend. 10 years ago, they did a movie with somebody who's MAGA. And like now we are like attack dogs where you try to like everybody has to be like verified. But it's crazy though, because you could work on something 15 years ago that is now like bad. You know what I mean? And so now you could be judged by what you did, you know, but like, I don't know, dude, it's pretty wild. You know, it's pretty wild. But I will say this, that you ready for this? You ready? Here's the world shaker is like, even if she is fully MAGA right now, right? You know what I'm saying? Even if she is fully a MAGA person, she still saved my life. And so I'm going to love her for like saving my life, despite like who or what she is. Right. You know, I mean, that's my policy on that. But it is kind of interesting though. You know what I'm saying? It is kind of interesting how like we are like, we're sort of attack dogs. You know what I mean? Like, isn't that weird? That like that's what we do now. And I think they do it too. Like MAGA people do it too, right? They do. Like, it's sort of what we do. We fucking open up and we fucking get in there and like, it is like the dividing line. Now, what I wonder is this. You know what I wonder, guys? Honestly, here's what I wonder is I wonder if we're ever going to get beyond that. You know what I'm saying? Like, for example, right? Is again, like I said, when her and I were in each other's orbit in 2010, when nobody checked anybody's politics, okay? And now everybody checks everybody's politics. It's like this thing that you do, right? But so here's what's interesting, okay? What's interesting is what's our future going to be? Because what's going to happen is you're going to have multiple things, right? Where like you're going to have people that aren't MAGA that become MAGA, or you're going to have MAGA people that become not MAGA. But what's crazy about it is are we ever going to get to a point of where somebody could be MAGA in the past and change? Or will they never be able to change? And I mean, we're seeing some of it with like, you know, Marjorie Taylor Greene, or people are kind of like sort of changing teams, but nobody trusts them. And maybe rightfully so in the beginning because they've been so awful, but you're like, you don't trust them the same way that like, you know, people that are marginalized and are getting attacked are certainly not going to trust someone. But the question remains, like, what happens to the people that like do see the light? And if they do want to get out of that cult, like, what do we do with them? And when do we like forgive them for it? And this is something though that we're going to have to consider, guys, because we're not going to be able to ostracize people forever if they try to get out of the cult, or we're going to just keep them in the cult. And then people won't leave the cult because they know, well, I may as well just stay here because I can never get out. So like, I think, and this may not be the thing we have now. I'm kind of glad we're actually talking about this, because the thing we will have to deal with in the next 10 years, and especially after Trump disappears, is like, it's like religion, okay? Like, a lot of people become devout Christians and they become like pious, brainwashed Christians, but then they get out and they change and they realize, holy shit, I didn't need to be anti-LGBTQ. I didn't need to be that misogynist. Like, I was actually like in the throes of this religious sort of warping. But we're going to at some point have to deal with people who got caught up in the feverish nature of the MAGA movement, and then Trump dies, the MAGA movement dies, and there will be people that will maybe want to reform, okay? And will want to get out of that whatever like extremist thing takes its place. Because guys, you ready for this? Let me just tell you. I think like we know that like MAGA is like almost over, right? I think we all realize that MAGA is like sort of like dismantling and coming apart. But you ready for this, guys? What's going to replace it? Because I feel like what's going to be behind MAGA is going to be something even more toxic. Like, don't you think? Like, I don't think MAGA is going to get replaced by something gentler. I think it's going to get replaced by something more extreme, right? And so there's going to come a point where like people who don't want to go further extreme are going to like try to get out of MAGA, and they're going to look to like the center left. Maybe they won't look to the far left, but they're probably going to look to the center left. And the center left are going to say, well, join the tent. But I think there's going to be some conflict. of like the left and the center left of like widening the tent as people try to flee the extremist MAGA. But I think we do want to give home to people who genuinely want to like get out, you know, the same way that if people want to get out of religion, you know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? If the people want to get out of religion, want to like escape and get into a non-religious place. So I think this is something we're going to have to confront at some point, guys. You know? I I shit you not. And guys, I am as in the face like fuck you MAGA as possible. You know what I'm saying? There is like I'm all the time just like shitting on them. And yet I do find myself somewhat haunted because I do know that there's going to be like a reconstruction period that we're going to have to go through in the post MAGA movement, like the same way that we did after slavery ended, where there were people that bitterly believed in slavery, and then there were some people that just went along with it because they didn't want to incur the wrath of the enslaved. And they're culpable, right? Because of course they are. They let it fucking happen. But eventually they decided they wanted to move beyond it. So how do you incorporate like people who've been terrible but generally want to genuinely actually become better, right? How do you handle that transition? You know what I'm saying? I mean, it is something that we really do have to sort of, we may not have to have the answers now, but I think all of us have to like sort of figure out what kind of grace we're going to have, okay? Because part of our like attack on these people, okay, these MAGA people, is the fact that they don't have any compassion. They're immovable. Their bigotry is unending, and that they won't let people that are different than them in. Okay. And that's part of, and we're right. We're not wrong, right? But the question becomes like, when some of those people genuinely want to care more, they want to find compassion, and they want to leave that movement and move on, the question becomes, then we have to look at our own grace, and we have to look at our own willingness to take in the reformed enemy, and how open and accepting will we be into taking in a reformed enemy, right? You know what I'm saying? And I mean, who are these mystery people? I mean, some of them may be your family members. Some of them may be politicians. Some of them may be neighbors that once flew a Trump flag, but eventually wake up and realize, holy fuck, that was like really shitty of me. And then the question will remain, will the people on the left, will we keep people permanently marked for their past, or will we allow people to change? And so the thing about this, though, Bingewood, that I need you to understand, and maybe you don't, because I know you guys like me, right? You guys like me. You think, oh, this guy's great. But like, guys, when I was an alcoholic, okay, when I was in the throes of my addiction, I fucking destroyed people, okay? I fucking destroyed people, guys. I got into relationships with women that genuinely cared about me and that genuinely tried to love me, and I fucking destroyed them. I cheated on them. I fucking spent their money. I blew through their lives like a fucking tornado, okay? And I had no feeling about like what was happening to them because I was in the throes of an addiction, okay? And then eventually I got sober. I did a bunch of therapy, and I went back and tried to make amends. And some of the people were like, fuck you, get the fuck away from me. And I didn't judge them for that. But the point being is that I did become a different person. Okay. I did. I became a different person. And what's wild though is like the new people I met that like weren't judging me on the previous person I was because they didn't have access. But now MAGA is like a brand, like a metal burned brand on someone's skin that makes it very hard for anyone to believe they want to change, to believe they have the capacity of change, you know? And so I honestly think this is something we're going to have to contend with, that like, you know, and I mean, I don't know what it's going to look like. I don't know that we're there now. I don't think we're necessarily there now, but what Billy says there is like, people can change. Okay. They absolutely can. Like fully racist people can see the light and become non-racist, right? Like people that are whatever belief system they have, if they have a genuine pure heart and they want to change, they can change. But the problem is none of us are going to trust them. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's going to be instinctive of us to be like, fuck you, boss. Like, you X, Y, and Z, right? And so, like, man, I don't know. I think we all, you know, I certainly don't think we're there yet, because it's really going to happen, I think, after Trump is dead and after like the more extreme replacement for MAGA shows up. Like, but guys, I think there's going to be like a second reconstruction. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? I think it's going to be a second reconstruction. And yeah, but so 𝗙ᾄ, you know, the thing is it is completely acceptable for those women to still hate me. That is absolutely true. But what I'm talking about, 𝗙ᾄ, is like, if I move into the new world, it's like going to prison. Okay. So I hurt some women when I was in the throes of my addiction, and those women can hate me because I harm them. Absolutely. But what I'm talking about is when I go into a group of people that I didn't hurt specifically, individually, but if they find out I had been an addict who had previously, like, you know, cheated on some women, and so now they won't even let me, I'm not allowed to like interact with women anymore because I cheated on those women previously. That's what I'm talking about, which is what happens with the MAGA stamp. Is even if you weren't personally hurt by a MAGA person, and you don't know how anti-trans or racist every particular MAGA person is, like, not every person in MAGA has the same degree of toxicity. So, but when you have the MAGA brand, you carry the brand of the worst of the MAGA, okay? Because, like, forgive me for saying this, okay? Because I know this is going to sound terrible, and I don't want you to hate me saying this, but we have attached a type of like the way we view MAGA is a certain type of bigotry, okay? But it's allowable because MAGA is so destructive. But what I am saying is at some point we're going to, like, it is still the same mechanism, okay? Where even in the MAGA movement, not every person who is like caught up in that movement is a virulent, as the worst of the fucking group, right? But the brand, we take the branding of the worst of MAGA, and anybody associated with MAGA gets that fucking branding. And like, which is what they might be doing to like every LGBTQ person or to every transgender person, or right? But they accept a handful of trans people and LGBTQ people. You know what I'm saying? So it gets really cloudy to me about like what we're going to do during the Reformation the reconstruction, when a whole bunch of those people want to reform, if something more extreme comes along and they see the light, right? I mean, isn't it wild? It's like, I know thinking about that is like, whoa, what did you just say there? Because it's pretty crazy to think about. But it is difficult when, and I do the same too. Like if I'm online, you ready? If you're online, if I am online interacting with somebody online and they show the tiniest bit of like MAGA or the tiniest bit of like non-liberal like ideology, I attack them with the full force of like the same, I attack every, like the most MAGA motherfucker out there. And I do it because we're kind of at war, but I also realize that that's not a long-term, like what I am doing now is not a long-term, like unity building mechanism. And if I were to run for office, I would have to temper that in order to represent like my full constituency. Like if I ran as a senator, okay, in Oregon, I would also have to represent the MAGA people in Oregon, even if I dislike them. That would be my job as a senator. I don't get to just represent the fucking Democrats, right? And so that's what's really bizarre, you know, because I don't think I could be a senator that just shits on half of the state, because that's not the job. I know there are some MAGA senators that will behave like that, but I don't think I could be one of those people, right? I mean, I would have to speak out about the movement and shit, you know, but like you still, it's like, see, that's what's so complicated about this, right? You're going to have to stay opinionated about some MAGA. I mean, I am too. I mean, I guess, you know what it is, guys? What it is like, I have become so virulently anti-MAGA that I don't know how I am ever going to process somebody who genuinely wants to get out of MAGA and become a better human being, right? I don't know how I'm going to do that, because I am like, so like, you're MAGA, fuck you, right? And yet, when somebody pointed out that Jana did some MAGA movements or MAGA movies or whatever, she's been so good to me that I'm like, I don't want to just throw her under the bus just because she's MAGA, because of like the impact she had on me. But is she even MAGA? Why is she doing those movies? But now I'm really curious about her politics, because I knew her at a time where we didn't hold politics over people's heads, but now we do. Now we do. Like, we do hold it. If I find out you're MAGA now, I'm like, fuck you. Get out of my fucking sight. And I'm going to hold it over you like forever. You know what I'm saying? Like, right? And so that's what's fucking weird, bro. That is what's weird. Like, have we reached like a point of no return? I mean, are we ever going to undivide, or is the divide just going to get like more and more? And are we really headed towards a civil war, not because of necessarily just because of MAGA, but because we are all separating to a point of where we're not going to let the other side be forgivable, right? I mean, it is something intriguing to think about. I honestly don't know. I think it might be too early for the answer, but I can tell you right now, like, when somebody says they're like trying to get out of MAGA, like, I don't believe them. I don't trust them. And my first instinct is to be like, fuck you, you motherfucker. Right? Isn't it weird? It's like weird, guys. Like, we're in deep, like all of us are, you know, because I am ruthless. Can I just tell you? Like, I mean, you know this. If you look at me on Twitter, I am fucking ruthless, bro. I am, dude. I am like ruthless, you know? And yet, if I was in the room with somebody, I would probably talk to them. I would certainly talk to them differently than I do online. But like, bro, I am like, you know, I'm a savage, dude, online. Oh, I am. Bro, I fucking let that shit loose, dude. Oh, I do. But, oh shit. You feel so thankful you've always lived in total left bubbles? Yeah, no, that's good, James. I mean, I am mostly in a left bubble. I am, but I have MAGA family. So, you know, I've always, and I did though, I will say this, like when my dad was like dead, or then I wasn't sure if he was dead, and we were sort of going through that thing and I thought he died. And then I tracked down his brother, my uncle, and I found him living in Idaho, and I reached out to him and he sort of responded about like my dad. And then I called my dad and talked to my dad, and now my dad is most certainly dead. But my dad's brother was like deeply MAGA in Idaho, like deeply, like MAGA hat, like virulently MAGA in his Facebook page. And he replied back to me saying, I see we have different political beliefs, but like, you know, you're still family. But I unfriended him and never responded to him. And because, but it was twofold. Like, one is because he's so deeply MAGA, I don't want to connect with him. But two was because he was like a physically abusive, like ultra Christian who used to beat and abuse his kids the whole time growing up. So I like had a distaste for this man long before I found out he was MAGA, because he was an abuser. Like, he used to hit his kids so hard that like his stepdaughter, her fucking barrettes like fell out of her hair into her food in a restaurant. He hit her so hard that she had a handprint on her face. And like, after witnessing that as a kid, like, I was like, dude, like, I didn't want to have anything to do with him to begin with. So like, you know, this guy had a prior history, and that is true, that those types of abusive people, they become MAGA because they're so cruel. Like, it is a haven for cruelty. It is. But guys, can I tell you something? And I want you to hear me on this, okay? We don't have to figure this out now, but I do want you to hear me on this, okay? The guy I just described, okay? My uncle, the abuser that hit his daughter so hard that her fucking shit falls into her food. Well, when you live in a small town, there's a lot of guys like that, okay? And they are all MAGA. And if you are like a nice guy or a nice woman in that small town, you can't not be MAGA, because otherwise those abusive guys will direct their wrath at you, okay? So now in our blue cities, we kind of live in a world where you can be not MAGA, but there are a lot of MAGA people that are in these small towns that are doing it because they're afraid of being abused. And they are like going along for the ride, guys, because they're afraid they're going to get beat up and abused and shit too. And so we have to allow those people some grace that are living like a Stockholm syndrome of their existence, where they're just worried about the drunken, gun-toting MAGA in their town directing their wrath at them. And like, that is a very real phenomenon, guys, that you go to some of these really small towns and some people literally are like, they're probably not espousing MAGA, but they ain't fucking rebelling against it because they're worried about like those guys turning on them. And it's really fucking, I don't know, man. It's just complicated. Okay. It is. It's complicated. Like I did watch my own mom sort of like, I don't know, she like sacrificed some of her voice to avoid getting the shit kicked out of her by my abusive authoritarian dad. And that led to us being like ravaged too. She didn't protect us. But sometimes I look back at her and think like, man, like, could she have? right? Like if she had stood up for us, maybe she'd be dead. Maybe he would have killed her. Or maybe she could have just grabbed us and ran away, but would he have tracked her down? Like, I don't know, man. It's like hard. It's like hard because I both hold some things against her and I sort of understand like how she was held captive a bit too. It's like, it's just really complicated, man. You know what I mean? It's really complicated. And some of this, no, she did not have money. And eventually, though, she got a job and eventually she got money and then she left. But there, we are, you know, I mean, I'm going to go, like, we got to have our dance party and I got to go make videos. But I will say this. I will say that at some point, guys, we're going to have to pay the piper on this. And that is everybody who is left of these freaks is going to have to pay the piper on how we allow a reassimilation of genuine people who want to get out. And like, I think like figuring out how to extend grace and how to know like who's genuine and who's not. I think it's going to be very complicated. And I wonder what it's going to be like in small towns. Because, I mean, I don't know if any of you guys are like a blue dot in a small town, but like, that's a really hard place to be. You know what I mean? Like a blue dot in a small town, it's a fucking hard place to be. A lot of times people just don't talk about it, right? They just don't, like, let's not even mention it. You're blue in a small red town. How is that, Nurse Joy? What is that like? It's pretty awkward. I bet it is. I mean, I bet a lot of times you just have to like not talk. And well, I'm not talking 70,000 people. I'm talking like 5,000 people, 10,000 people. That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about those like, 3,000 people, like the small towns. I'm not talking about 50,000. Right? That's a small town, but 50,000 is like you still have a little bit of a community. I'm talking about like what Nurse Joy, 4,000. She says, it sucks. I just stick to myself. I mean, that's it. You're kind of like on your own, just hoping like nobody goes off, Oh shit, bro. My chat moves faster than TPUSA. It does. Dude, it's because we have more than the 5 million TPUSA. Oh, shit, bro. Dude, it's crazy, boss. I mean, I know I'm breaking your brains, but like, guys, I do think about this. Believe me, I think about this because I am already starting to sort of like try to figure out like, how do we rebuild in the wake of the MAGA movement? Because MAGA's dying now, guys, and something more extreme is definitely going to pop up, and that's going to be our opportunity to widen the tent. But we're going to have to figure out how we do reconstruction around former MAGA. Right? We are. We're going to have to do it. Because, I mean, I think I want to. Like, that's just it. I don't know about you guys, but I'm not trying to convert MAGA. But if there are MAGA that show up that say, hey, man, I want to be converted. I need to get out of here. I want to help them. I want to be a bridge. I mean, the same way that I was a bridge for people to get out of their alcoholism and their addiction. I want to be a bridge for people that want to climb out. I don't know that I'm capable of it right now because right now I'd be like, fuck you, get the fuck out of my face. But at some point I want to become a bridge because that's how you're going to fucking like, that's how you heal, right? Like you can't heal without being a bridge. And ultimately I do want to heal the planet more than I want to just burn it all down. You know what I'm saying? Even though you'd never guess that by watching me on Twitter. But my ultimate goal is to heal. I just think right now is not the time to heal. because we're still in the thick of it. But at some point, we're going to have to think about recovery. Yeah, like MAGA recovery, right? Right? I mean, we are, dude. We're going to have to confront it, bro. Dude, let's go. Yeah, no, I'm not building a bridge now because the wrecking ball is swinging. But I am always thinking like ahead. I do, even when I'm doing what I'm doing now, I am always sort of strategizing for how to get into the future because I'm an evolver. And so I am very much always looking at my own next evolution and how to advance and like rise above and shit. Think I could do debates like Dean and Parker? I mean, maybe. You know, I've never been in debate. I think the thing that's hard about that, Gorg, is I'm just sort of out of the loop of the debates because I don't actively debate people. I'm more like a thought, like I'm a thought warrior. I am like an analyzer and a strategizer and a marketer and a thought, like a thought injector. Like I inject thoughts in people, but I don't do it by like punking people in debates, you know what I mean? And it's not like I'm opposed to it, but like because I don't watch debates and I don't like that culture, I've not really found a way in. Like normally people who end up doing debates are people who watch debates and that's their thing. But I've always thought like debates were kind of dumb and ineffective because what they do is they just ramp up the posturing and animosity, really. I mean, there are a couple people that are good at it, kind of like Sam Cedar is pretty good at it because he doesn't like activate. But sometimes when I see those younger guys like Destiny was a debater, but he was really aggressive and like not that different than Andrew Tate or 𝗙ecie. He was just claiming a different territory, but his techniques were very much the same, which is why he made so much content with those guys, because he was an aggressive sort of like attacky, you know, like right-wing methodology in a left-wing belief system. But then you also find out he's kind of like a sex predator too. So maybe he's really a lot more like, maybe Destiny is a lot more like MAGA than we want to admit he is, right? You know, because he definitely seems to have some of the proclivities and he was always hanging out with those guys, you know? And the other thing though, you ready? The other thing that's really hard is this, is when you're debating, you're hanging out with a bunch of those people all the time. And I don't know if I like that like idea of like, right? Like, I feel like I'd prefer to make content with somebody that is, you know, maybe a differing opinion on my own side. Like maybe, you know, being in, like, I would like to be like somebody where maybe I'm making content with somebody who's an extreme socialist or something, where I'm sort of kind of far left, but also kind of in the middle, but I'm sort of in like my own side. I don't know if I would want to, you know, like talk to a bunch of MAGA shitheads. I think it might make me super aggressive, but I don't know. I'm open to whatever, right? I'm not opposed to it. You know what I'm saying? I'm definitely not opposed to it, right? Funny how we're having a conversation that included finding a way to welcome back fellow Americans that used to be MAGA, and at the same time, TPUSA is grooming the next generation. Yeah, but you know what's funny though, Worthy? And let me just tell you this about the TPUSA and the grooming is we do have to be cognizant of that, and we do have to fight that. But I also think TPUSA's grooming is going to create the next generation of liberals too, okay? It really is, because active religious grooming, nothing creates liberals like active religious grooming. You know what I'm saying? I mean, think about it. I think I think like what's going to enable us to build a bastion of leftism is going to be those fuckers going in there, because they're just so weird and they're so like over the top, right? They're so whacked out now. They are like fucking like, you know, let's speak in tongues and have a prayer vigil. Oh, let's, right? Sacrifice your little sister to Jesus, right? You know what I mean? Like, I mean, we have to get in there though. We have to get in there, but they are like, we can't just let them go unfettered. But dude, look at what's going on with, they are like getting so ridiculous now. They are like the zealots are like so over the top. I mean, look at this, guys. Look at this headline. 2025, bro. Look at this headline. What the fuck is this? Dude, Republican congressmen claim that they're investigating Bad Bunny's Super Bowl halftime show for things like pelvic thrusts. Like, really? What? Like, now shaking your fucking hips as a guy is illegal? Like, Footloose, anyone? Like, give me a fucking break, dude. That's like 1955, dude. Give me a fucking break. What world are we living in? Okay? They're investigating. On Sunday night, Bad Bunny did the amazing Super Bowl halftime show, but now a couple of Republican senators claim they're launching an investigation. Okay? Republicans have been attempting to use this show as a culture war issue. They're trying to wedge with it with TPUSA and Kid Rock. Oh, I didn't lip sync, I promise. Right? But look at this. Tennessee Rep. Mark Ogles requested an Energy and Commerce Committee investigation of the performance. And you know about Ogles, but I don't think they got his name wrong, dude. Like, this is bad reporting. It's not Mark Ogles. It's Andy Ogles. Okay, see, here's a problem, guys. Okay, it's Andy Ogles, right? So you see what I'm saying, though? Like, this is shoddy because they have his name wrong. Okay, the reporters got his name wrong, and like, that's a problem. Like, I'm gonna ding you for that, Stereo Gum, because you guys, I get it, you're out there reporting, but you can't report the wrong names and still look like serious journalism. Like, that shit's got to be corrected. But it's Andy Ogles, okay? Okay, AI reporters. Yeah, I think maybe it is AI, right? But so this guy, though, is a fucking problem, dude. Let's find him with Bad Bunny, okay? This clown, dude. Look at this. Here it is. You ready? What a fucking dink, bro. This is 2025. The Apple Music Super Bowl LX halftime show was pure smut, brazenly aired on national television for every American family to witness. Children were forced to endure. Wait a second. Children were forced? Dude, you can turn the fucking TV off, bro. Nobody was forced. You weren't forced to watch the Super Bowl. You weren't forced to watch the halftime show. You weren't forced to like stand in front of the TV set. Okay? Like, come on, Andy. Come on, Andy. You want to like name everything after Donald Trump, you fucking booty licker? Like, give me a fucking break, dude. Children were forced to endure explicit displays of gay sexual acts, women gyrating provocatively, and Bad Bunny shamelessly grabbing his crotch while dry humping the air. Hold on, guys. Athletes grab their crotch, okay? Athletes grab their crotch all the time, dude. Are you shitting me? We see it in every fucking sports game. They're like, oh, come on, bro. Oh, like, oh, Bad Bunny grabs his crotch. And it's like a huge deal. Like, dude, Roseanne grabbed her crotch while singing the goddamn national anthem. And that is scarring in its own way. Please, Okay, Roseanne, like, holy shit, dude, that's the last crotch on fucking planet Earth you want to see anybody grab, dude. It's like, mine eyes hath been burned. Please rinse them, okay? Dude, yeah, this was like when she did the national anthem a while ago. Just like, here, you ready? We'll find it. Hold on, I'll take you there. Don't hate me, all right? You're going to hate me for this, but, dude, something went wrong. Yeah, here we go. Watch. Is this it? Oh, no. No, that's not it. Where is it? There it is. Yeah. Here it is. Oh, wait. Dude, that was the one, though, wasn't it? Right? That was the one where she fucking grabbed the crotch, dude. Dude, brutal. I mean, was that brutal? There it is, dude. There she is. Right? Dude, I mean, was that like the worst thing you've ever heard? Now, granted, it was like ages ago, but like, dude, give me a fucking break, dude. Okay? And if that weren't outrageous enough, the performance's lyrics openly glorified sodomy and countless other unspeakable depravities. These flagrant, indecent acts are illegal to be displayed on public airways. Dude, nobody had sodomy on public airwaves there, Andy Ogles, you freak. And there's nothing wrong with saying the word or talking about it. Give me a fucking break. And there's nothing illegal about gay sex. Like, shut the fuck up, dude. That's why I'm requesting the Energy Commerce Committee launch a formal congressional inquiry into the NFL and NBC immediately for their prior knowledge, deliberate approval, and facilitation of this indecent broadcast. American culture will not be mocked or corrupted without consequence. First off, I hate to break it to you, Andy Ogles, but Bad Bunny is American culture, okay? You may not like it, but he is American culture. Okay. And you're American culture. All of us in America are American culture. You don't dictate the culture, you fucking weirdo. And you know what else though? It is my understanding that that Bad Bunny changed some of the lyrics. Okay. Because he knew he was singing in Spanish, and sure, a lot of people wouldn't understand it, but I do believe he changed some of the lyrics to make them a little more like appropriate for TV, okay? Because he was on TV, and now they're just trying to make a huge deal about this because they hate their inner gay, okay? That's what it's about, dude. This guy, I don't think this guy is straight, boss, okay? I mean, look at him, bro. There's no fucking way this guy is like straight, okay? Let's be real. Okay, Andy's uncomfortable because he's worried that if his kids watch Bad Bunny, they're going to figure him out, okay? The kids can't see Bad Bunny because they're going to be like, oh shit, our dad's like Bad Bunny, actually. That's what they're going to put two and two together, dude. Oh my God, dude. Andy Ogles. Jesus. What a fucking clown, dude. This guy. And he, like, his shit about Trump, right? Let's see what he says, dude. Because this guy has said, like, Trump is getting us Greenland, okay? Let me see where he says it, though. I believe he was the guy who started the Mount Rushmore. I'm asking Secretary Burgum to put Trump on Mount Rushmore, dude, given the scale and scope of Trump's recent achievements. Passing one bill, okay? Right? Trump got one bill passed, okay? And he wants to put him on Mount Rushmore for one bill, okay? Isn't that crazy? Dude, what an idiot, boss. Like, these guys, you know, you got Washington, you got the guy who fucking, like, helped end slavery, and he wants to put Trump on there for passing a tax cut bill. Isn't that gnarly? Like, what an ass kisser, bro. Dude, what an ass kisser. Look at what else he says. He says he should be allowed a third term. He should be given a Nobel Peace Prize. He should be memorialized on Mount Rushmore. Dude, like, no, Andy Ogles, I think Trump should start an OF that you are literally the chief fucking, you know, you are the guy who purchases all the tokens. Like, what a weirdo, dude. This is the guy who wants to investigate Bad Bunny. Like, okay, Rep Andy Ogles. But, dude, Stereo Gum, though, Stereo Gum can't be making those mistakes of getting the name wrong, okay? They can't, dude. All right? Mark Alford made some comments, too. Let's look at this one.
Over to the Bad Bunny, bad performance of the Super Bowl halftime.
Dude, let's talk about bad hairdo, bro. Jesus. Dude, if we're going to talk about Bad Bunny, we got to talk about bad hairdo.
We are still investigating this. There's a lot of information that has come out about the lyrics. I saw the halftime show and was switching back and forth with the TPUSA halftime show.
Yeah, sure he was. He wasn't switching back and forth. He was watching Bad Bunny. He got titillated, and now he's mad. He's like, I saw Bad Bunny shake his hips. I got a little bit excited. I wanted to hook up with the wife after watching Bad Bunny gyrate, and now I'm really upset and feel bad about myself. I'm ashamed, and now I think we should fucking investigate.
The lyrics, from what we have seen from Bad Bunny, are very disturbing. And if it holds true that I don't speak fluent Spanish, okay? I know how to ask where the bathroom is, but these lyrics, if it is true, what was said on national television, we have a lot of questions for.
Dude, he saw a tweet or a Facebook post that said, oh, Bad Bunny's like glorifying sodomy, and now he's running with the tweet. So here's the thing, though, guys. He has done no research. He hasn't checked the language, okay? Dude, his wiener definitely moved.
The entities that broadcast this, and we'll be talking with Brendan Carr from the SEC about this, but this could be much worse than the Janet Jackson wardrobe malfunction. Let's put it that way.
But at least that was a malfunction. I mean, this was apparently intentional.
This was intentional, yes.
Yeah, and they couldn't.
Dude, talking about, like, saying the word penis or talking about sex on TV is not the same as getting naked, okay? And the wardrobe malfunction was a nipple, bro. Nobody was scarred by that. People were scarred more by the reaction to the nipple than they were with the nipple, dude. And no, the Janet Jackson thing, that was definitely probably staged, dude. 100% staged. But they're so dumb. Like, these guys are such clowns, these religious zealots. And meanwhile, they support an Epstein rapist, but they want to pontificate about some song lyrics. It's like, I'm sorry, buddy, but like Bad Bunny can sing about whatever the fuck he wants, peepees and fucking sodomy and whatever, and nobody's gonna care when the president of the United States is an Epstein rapist. Like, give me a fucking break. Dude, fix your shit, bro. Right? Dude, fix your shit. Crazy. All right. Dude, you know, these guys, clown show. All right, you ready? It's fucking dance party time. Right? And though, you know what it is, though, guys? It's the same shit they did with Jimmy Kimmel, okay? They are just looking for any excuse to try and rally support to be able to use the executive branch or the MAGA, like, right? The executive branch to threaten and bully and get their way, to have the FCC threaten a network, threaten the NFL. They are just looking for any expansion of power where they can bully and threaten and take power over people, because if something sticks, they're going to run with it. So we're going to have to beat them back at every turn. And for the record, the thing in the thing about Pirro crashing out was about Jeanine Pirro and about her failure to secure indictments of Mark Kelly and Alyssa Slotkin and all them. But we sort of ran out of time. We did cover it briefly in there, but I wasn't able to give it a full go because we covered a few extra random stories. But now it's dance party time. All right. Wine box. Dude, Pine box, Trump, wine box, Pirro. We got Pine box and wine box, right? Oh, shit, boss. You see what I did there? Pine box, wine box. Let's go. Oh. Yeah, dude, Trump is desperate. Well, you know, I mean, I think Trump knows, right? Trump knows all this shit is temporary. I think he's trying to put himself everywhere because he knows the minute, like, there's a new president, like, everything he did is gone. He's going to have nothing. Dude, he's going to have nothing, boss. He is. He's going to, like, one stroke of the pen and all of his executive orders will be gone. His name's going to get pulled off every building. He's going to be a pariah, right? Nobody, you know what I mean? Like, eventually he's going to fucking, you know, dude, he is literally, he's pissing and melting snow. That's it. Dude, nothing. Yeah, dude, nothing. Dude, he should have taken jail, bro. Like, he would have been better off going to jail, boss. He would have. I shit you not. He had the opportunity to go to jail. He passed it all up. Oh, stretch. Oh. Dude, let's go, James. Thanks for an awesome show. So good. You too, James. Appreciate you, boss. Glad you guys are here, dude. Today was an adventure. They are. They're becoming adventures, boss. Right? They are, dude. They're like adventures, man. I love it. These journeys. Let's go, baby. One more. Are you ready? Here we go. Oh! One more. Dude, let's go. Elon just got asked. Oh, shit. All right, here we go. Thank you, Ella. Thank you, guys. Thank you for taking me on another great journey. Appreciate you guys. Oh. Let's go. Need a vacation from this adventure? Oh, shit. Yeah, I'm going to say this, guys. I think after the onslaught in Minnesota, I think we should all go to Minneapolis. I'm serious. I think once ICE is out of Minneapolis, we should go to Minneapolis, and you should, like, not buy anything from a corporate place, but you should go there and go to all mom and pop coffee shops, local restaurants, stay in a local like hotel, boutique hotel or something that is locally owned, go shopping, buy some shit from their fucking used clothing stores and shit. Like seriously, like 1 million of us should descend on Minneapolis and go and like take some love to them and some healing and say, you know what? I'm from Portland. We just saw what you guys went through. We are here to like fucking like help you rebuild. I'm here to bring some energy of like, you know, thank you for the fight you put up and thank you for taking on those guys. And like, we're here to fucking help restore your economy, guys. I shit you not. Like, that's the move. That's the kind of shit, how you fucking heal. You know what I'm saying? It's like, we don't need to wait for the government sometimes to fix things. We can just show up, you know? So if you can afford, I think like you should consider doing it. I think I'm going to do it, boss. Right? I know he ain't done. We have a ways to go. It may be a couple years down the road. But let's go, baby. All right, you ready? It's time for a little deja vu, baby. All right, you ready? Let's go. Woo! All right. Fucking doing it, boss. We're doing it well. Oh, I'm doing it well. Oh, here we go. That's a workout. Ah, damn, bro. That was a workout, guys. More. Woo! Take care of the head, baby. Take care of that shit. Stronger together, indeed we are. Hey! You could be late, you could be true. You could be underneath my shoe. Sometimes you're the only one who's strong. And I'll be devastated if I'm wrong. I am the one you love to hate, but you cannot devastate. It will be interesting, I'm sure, 'cause I want more. I want more. I want more from you. Yeah, more. All right, guys. Take good care. I'll see you tomorrow. More. Hey, yeah, yeah, yeah. I want more from you. Yeah, more. Yeah, 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 yeah. More from you. Yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. More from you. Yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. All right, guys. I'll see you tomorrow. Take care of your head. All right, be good to somebody tomorrow. Send them some love. Thank you. Good night.
I just wanna change the world. I just want the perfect girl. I don't wanna hang around, I'd rather be found. It gets better, I wonder, my pleasure together. Everyone's waiting, anticipating. Change the world, but I'm not gonna wait my turn. I don't ever want to come down, I'd rather be found. It gets better, I wonder, my pleasure together. Everyone's waiting, anticipating. without you. I would never be alone.